All right. Good morning again, everyone. Good morning, everyone. All right. Welcome to the Black Learner Excellence Summit at City Colleges of Chicago. We're so glad to be in community with you today as we learn promising practices to support Black learners in higher education. My name is Kiara Bowens, and I am the Director of Special Projects for the Office of Student Experience. I am also one of the proud co-chairs for the Black Learner Excellence Summit. Again, thank you so much for being here today. I first learned about Malcolm X, the human rights and prominent figure during the civil rights movement when I was a little girl and attended Malcolm X College daycare. That was a long time ago, but one of my favorite quotes of his is, "Education is the passport to the future, for tomorrow is promised to those who prepare for it today." As you may have already noticed, we have some amazing speakers lined up. Each session is connected to an Adnikra image or an African symbol that will center us throughout the day. Over the next few hours, we hope to strengthen your understanding of national data as it relates to Black learners in higher education, specifically community colleges, provide feedback for the Alliance for Black Learner Excellence, understand barriers to Black learner postsecondary access and success, amplify emerging best practices for supporting Black learner excellence, and enhance our city regional commitment and build a community to support Black learner excellence. You will hear from a variety of dynamic speakers today that offer us a variety of perspectives that can support us in continuing this work. After each session, you will have an opportunity to reflect on the information that was presented using the Real Solutions worksheet that can be found in your program. So if you take a moment to look at page 7, you will see that each worksheet is labeled with the session title. And you can feel free to take notes as it relates to the current work that you do and the continuum of supporting Black learners. Use your program as a guide as you take this amazing journey with us. After the welcome letter from the Chancellor and the table of contents in our program, you will notice that our program is divided in 3 sections. Section 1 is the Real Solutions worksheet that I spoke about a few seconds ago. The next session is the presenter's bios, so feel free to look at them at your leisure sometime today. And then the last section is the notes section. So if you hear anything that resonates with you, feel free to jot it down and then go back and see how it can apply to you moving forward. If you need anything throughout the day, please see one of our Excellence Committee members, which are seated in the back, or if you don't see them, we are wearing red name badges. Is anyone from the Excellence Committee here? I see Ebony. Can you wave your hand? These members have helped to plan the day. They have spent countless hours preparing. So thank you all. And before I introduce the next speaker, I just want to tell you that you look absolutely stunning, right? Everyone looks amazing. And thank you, Chancellor. And I know everyone has a phone, right? So let's act like we're in school. Everyone has a phone? You can't tell me you don't. Okay, so take out your phones, turn on your cameras, and take a selfie. And post it to any of your social networks. So LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram. Yep, you can get with a friend. And then use the hashtags BLES and hashtag CCC and whatever organization you're with today. Let me post to take my selfie. Okay. While we have our phones out, let's remember to put them on silent or vibrate so we don't interrupt our presenters. I'm so excited that we get a chance to spend some time together today. Welcome to the Black Learner Excellence Summit, and welcome to Malcolm X College. Now, without further ado, I'd like to introduce another one of the co-chairs for the Black Learner Excellence Summit, and also the Vice Chancellor of Student Enrollment Management for the City Colleges of Chicago. Let's welcome Dr. Darrell Williams to the stage.
Good morning. Hold fast to dreams, for when dreams die, life is a broken winged bird that cannot fly. Hold fast to dreams, for when dreams go, life is a barren field frozen with snow. I too dream for a time when ends meet and there's no equity gaps and pay gaps and people aren't living week to week. I dream for a better place and accomplices who dream the same dream, but we all know what happened to the last person who had a dream. But that dream lives on and progress has been made, and here we are. So give us this day to discover, discuss, and try to right the wrongs and do all the things we can do so our Black learners prosper on. That's a little Langston Hughes with a DW twist. Greetings to all trustees, community members, district and college leadership, city and state officials. My name is Dr. Darrell Williams. I'm the Vice Chancellor of Enrollment, and as Kiera said, I'm also the co-chair, one of the co-chairs for this event. The educator and philosopher, John Dewey said, "A problem well put is half solved." Well, we are all here today because we know that there's a problem and we are clearly in search of the answers to improve the experience of our Black learners. This event is important to me because we are in a race against all the negative forces, detractors, and systems that impede upon the success of our Black learners. Our fellowship and radical collaboration today will better prepare our institutions and ourselves for the task that's at hand. The experience of Black learners varies from student to student because we're not a monolith, so I won't attempt to speak for all Black people, but as for me and most of the Black people I know and the 2 Black boys that I'm raising, the experience doesn't stop in the classroom, and the learning experience never ends. It goes 24/7. You see, we learn plenty outside of the classroom that impacts what happens in the classroom, and there's a fatigue that's associated with the constant need to have your head on a swivel, being hyper vigilant to avoid the dangers, and the need to be flawless in all your pursuits while trying to simply disprove all the negative stereotypes that are associated with being Black. And most of us do this while simply trying to work, learn, and live. And those are just a few reasons why this event is important to me. Well, this morning I have this distinct honor and privilege to introduce a man that knows the value of education and community college. He has 3 visible passions. He has a heart for people, education, and community development. He has extensive background in adult education and workforce development. He also is the same individual who backed us with support and resources when we created the City Colleges of Chicago district-wide Black Male Initiative. He is also the same individual that saw the importance of collaboration to host the summit when he met Dr. Keith Curry. I'm talking about none other than our Chancellor Juan Segato. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Chancellor Juan Segato.
Well, first of all, let me thank Darrell and Kiera, 2 incredibly gifted and talented people, but more importantly, or equally importantly, just incredible human beings, right? With a love for learning, a love for people, and a certain loving care for every one of our students. And I think that, Darrell and Kiera, you are incredible representatives of all of the team here at City Colleges of Chicago. No matter what part in the organization, our team plays, we come at it with that mission front and center, but that sense of care for the human beings that are around us, both the people we work with, and people we work for. And we're very clear about the people we work for. We work for our students, and we work for our community. So good morning, to everyone, all right? And I do want to give a hearty welcome, right, to this Black Learner Excellence Summit. I do also want to thank our new board chair for attending, Katia Nukas, who's here with us today. I know we also have Trustee Peggy Davis here today, and I believe Trustee Reverend Marshall Hatch may be joining us a little bit later on today. I recognize them today because it's not just the team, that works for the mission, but it's all of the people that support it on a volunteer basis, including our board of trustees. There are many, many more, right, that make this a reality and allow us, to do the thing that we love to do. Look, today is an opportunity to explore how each of us can best support Black students. And while there's good work happening, there's much more that needs to be done. We're swimming upstream, and we need to be together when we do that. Black student success is central to our mission at City Colleges of Chicago. If we truly want to have an inclusive Chicago economy, if we truly want to have a city that takes pride in its ability to have racial equity, to have opportunity in every part of our city, then Black learner excellence is central to that future reality that does not exist today. And City Colleges is central to helping us to get there. So we are undoubtedly our city's most accessible engine for socioeconomic mobility and racial equity. I do want you to know that, when we measure institutions, we ought to be looking not just at acceptance rates, right? We ought to be looking at mobility, right? To what degree does an institution help a person move from the very bottom of the income quintile to the very top, or from the middle tiers to upper tiers, up 2 or more quintiles? And so there's a researcher, Raj Chetty, out of Harvard, that has looked at IRS records and said, what are those institutions in America that actually help people to be upwardly mobile? And I want you to know that City Colleges of Chicago is among the top 10% of institutions of community colleges nationally. Not on the metric of acceptance rates, but on the metric of upward mobility. And if you look at the state of Illinois, and you say, well, among institutions of higher education, community colleges and four-year universities, public and private, we're among the top 10% in terms of upward mobility. And so there's a strong value proposition, that comes with a city college's education. And we need there to be a stronger value proposition for students coming in. So we're being intentional. We're looking at evidence to scale up efforts to make sure that we are not closing our equity gaps. We are eliminating them, okay? They gotta be gone. That's our mindset. We're creating partnerships, to do this, more transfer agreements, closer alignment with our four-year partner institutions, and you'll hear about more of this in the future, but we can be better together with our four-year partners. It's not, us or them. It's about all of us leaning in to a greater value proposition for our students. We're partnering with 1 Million Degrees. We're scaling up proven student support model that includes mentors and financial incentives. This is evidence-based research by the University of Chicago Inclusive Economy Lab that found that if a student enrolls in 1 Million Degrees, that student who applies to 1 Million Degrees, who enrolls in city colleges, applies to city colleges, they're 94% more likely to remain enrolled, 73% more likely to earn a degree within 3 years and move directly into the workforce or pursue a four-year degree. So when you have those outcomes, what do, right? You take that program and you scale it. And so what have we done at City Colleges of Chicago? We've decided to not make that a program that you kind of sign up for if you're interested in it. We've made it a program where when you walk in the door, you get invited to be a part of it. You have to opt out and say, I don't want this, right? Because we want every student to have that opportunity for mentoring and coaching and a stipend that comes with that mentorship and coaching. And what have we done? We've prioritized launching this at 3 institutions, 2 so far and 1 coming, that have our largest Black student enrollment, because we know that where we put these kinds of efforts, we're going to get better results. So I want to thank the Olive Harvey and the Malcolm X team for launching this. I want to thank in advance the Harold Washington team, for also being positioned to launch it, this fall. But we're not just doing that. We're trying to create culturally relevant experiences and programs, investing in Black male mentorship, in specific career-like Black male mentorship. You'll hear from our presidents, in congressionally funded study abroad to Africa trips, all of those things that begin to move the needle. And so I'm going to give you a little data that I think is important, okay? In 2023, City Colleges awarded 1,159 associate's degrees to Black students. That is more undergraduate degrees to Black students than the top 3 public universities in the state awarded to Black students combined, okay? Now, while that shows the relevance and importance of City Colleges of Chicago in our ecosystem, it also shows how far we have to go. That number should be much higher. We should be helping more Black students complete, double that number, triple, that number. And by the way, all other institutions in the state of Illinois should be doing the same. And that's what this is about today. I do want to share some good news, because we've seen Black enrollment in higher education decline over the last, several years. But I'll tell you what, at City Colleges, we saw an 11.1% increase over the prior spring in the number of Black men enrolling in City Colleges, and a 6.5% increase in the number of Black women enrolling in the same time period. And it wasn't just spring, by the way. Our Black student enrollment has grown over the past 2 falls. Black male student enrollment at public 2-year colleges increased 0.6% from fall 21 to fall 22 nationally. During the same time, it increased 5% at City Colleges and was up another 16% this fall. Black female student enrollment at public 2-year colleges decreased 1.9% from fall 21 to fall 22 nationally. During the same time, it increased 7% at CCC and was up another 9% this fall. In fact, Olive Harvey College and Kennedy King College were our 2 fastest growing colleges in the last 2 years, driven largely by Black students. I want to talk about another equity initiative that we have, and that's our work with Chicago Public Schools. It's an unprecedented partnership, and I just need to say, this relationship has thrived during the global pandemic, during transitions in leadership. Why? Because we have a strategic plan, and that plan is focused in on equity through intentionally built work, with our teams deep within the institutions. We've seen a 22% increase in Black CPS graduates being college ready in math, and a 19% increase in English. We just got started, folks. We're going to keep that going. Through our free early college program, offering CPS students the chance to take classes for free while in high school, the percentage of Black students at CPS earning at least 15 credits of college coursework while still in high school exceeds the percentage of Black high school students in Chicago public schools, meaning that the early college programs continue to be a leading strategy in closing equity gaps for our beloved residents of the city of Chicago that are in our wonderful Chicago public schools. So I want to I know there are folks from the Chicago public schools here today. Can you please stand for a minute? If you're a trustee, or if you're a staff member. We have a deep appreciation for the Chicago Public Schools. This is a very challenging moment, in K through 12 education. And I want to appreciate you all meeting the moment and meeting the moment in partnership with us. Look, we're putting resources, towards, achieving our equity goals as a district. We have set a universal completion goal of 55%. 55% of our students will complete, right, and/or transfer within a 4-year time period. And we are putting resources towards that goal. We are investing today more in wellness than we've ever invested before. That's mental health supports through our wellness centers. We are investing more in something so basic but so needed, which is food security, so that our students are not hungry while they're in class. We are investing more than ever before in housing supports because our students need those supports. We're looking for opportunities to scale those at levels we've never even thought about before, because these kinds of supports, right, are critical to our ability to achieve the 55% goal, along with making sure we have the strongest programs that are aligned to the labor market, that lead to wonderful careers, where if you can get to the finish line, and 55%, is our interim goal. It's going to take us a little while to get there, but we have some strategies. But if we can reach that 55%, remember the 1,000 number that I shared with you, the Black students, we'll double and triple that, okay? And that's what we're wanting to do, build on the momentum. And so, look, I could go on and on, but I'm not going to today. Today, is going to be a wonderful opportunity to hear from the people that matter the most, right? We're going to start from hearing from our students, right? I had a chance to have a listening session with, in this very room, with Black men from across the district back in late February, and boy, was it powerful to hear directly from them, because they give us guidance. It shows the way about what we should be doing and can be doing. That's the data. We got a lot of data, right? But the data that matters the most is the data that you get from listening to human beings. So I want to thank those students that were here, but we have a couple more students that we're going to hear from today. We're also going to hear from our presidents. We're going to hear from President Z. Scott at Chicago State, who's doing incredible work, pushing the needle on equity, not just at Chicago State, not just in the city of Chicago, but across the state of Illinois. But I want to turn it over to the folks that inspired this gathering. This gathering is possible through the supports of LevelUp, HCM Strategies, Equity of Vendors, Achieving the Dream, and Dr. Keith Curry. It's also possible because of the support of the Joyce Foundation, the U Chicago Inclusive Economy Lab, who have sponsored this event, and for strong and I want to thank each of them for having been strong partners with us overall, and for Black learner outcomes and Black learner excellence. Before I turn this over, to our friends at LevelUp, I do want to give a hearty thank you to each one of you for being here today, for taking a bit of time out of your schedules, ensure that we stand here as a community and prioritize this very important work for our beloved Black community. I want to now bring up the person that I met with, I think it was, a year ago or so, Dr. Curry, who reached out to me and said, I got a vision for what we can do in terms of focusing in on Black learner excellence. And I'm looking for leaders across the country that can join in on this vision. So Dr. Curry will say a little bit more about that. And, and Dr. Karen Stout, I want to thank you for your support of our institution. Achieving the Dream is an incredible institution that is focused in on equity. And we are now, by the way, every college, every city colleges of Chicago is part of the Achieving the Dream Equity Outcomes cohort. Our teams are working on a regular basis to make sure that our strategies are aligned to achieving greater equity in our institutions and across our communities. And so with that, Dr. Keith Curry and Dr. Karen Stout, who's coming up first? I think it's Dr. Stout, right? Yep, Dr. Stout. Thank you.
Good morning. There we go. Good morning, everyone. It's really an honor to be here. I want to thank our partners from HCM Strategists for your leadership in building out the national LevelUp and Get Real effort that you'll hear about in a few minutes. But using data to build a national coalition to create a call to action to support Black learner success. And I want to thank Dr. Keith Curry, the chair of the panel, and the leader whose passion brings us here today. Thank you, Chancellor. Thank you to the City Colleges of Chicago, all 7 strong in the Achieving the Dream network. I was looking at my email for a second before I came up to the podium, and at 9:15 had an email from the City Colleges of Chicago celebrating the upcoming commencement ceremonies. So let's give a big cheer for the students who we will celebrate. So I'm Karen Stout. I'm the president and CEO of Achieving the Dream. And it was good to meet many of you last night as we gathered to talk about how this work has to happen in a collective, in a unified collective approach. For Achieving the Dream, our commitment to Black learner excellence has been at the core of what we do since we were founded 20 years ago by the Lumina Foundation with the biggest investment in community colleges at that time to address the completion rates for low-income students and students of color. That was the founding kind of mission of Achieving the Dream. It continues today with our work as a partner in the LevelUp work and with the work of our colleges. Colleges like the City Colleges of Chicago and like the Illinois community colleges that are with us in the room today. Those of you who are not from City Colleges of Chicago but are from a community college in the area, can you raise your hand? Thank you for being here. Achieving the Dream's approach comes from data at the institutional level. Everything we do and everything we work with our colleges is supported by data. So why, after 20 years of work on student success and many of our colleges leaning deep into Black learner excellence, are we taking this moment to be explicit about our focus on Black learner success? Because from our 2 decades of learning, we know that every part of our society does better when the most underserved students do better, when we level up, when we get real about how our individual roles as leaders and policymakers and legislators and faculty can influence the redesign of our colleges, the fundamental redesign of the way that we work. Frankly, while many of our Achieving the Dream colleges are building stronger and bolder on-ramps into their institutions, and that's definitely happening at the City Colleges of Chicago and beyond, and while we are creating conditions that accelerate success for students, especially Black learners, the data tell us we can and must do more. So from the start of their journeys in achieving the dream, we immerse our colleges. We really believe that our own transformation inside our colleges and the redesign of our policies and our structures and our systems and attitudes will drive equitable access and success. So we immerse our colleges in their data and, as Chancellor Salgado mentioned, in student voice. Student voice to bring the data to life, to identify not equity gaps, but institutional performance gaps. Areas where we, through our design, our own design, are failing our students, especially racially minoritized and poverty-impacted learners. Learners we must reach if we are really to meet our missions and our imperative to support student prosperity, the prosperity of their families, and frankly, the prosperity of our communities. And Chancellor Salgado gave beautiful voice to that calling for our work. So while we recognize that to achieve Black learner excellence will take all of us in partnership, the real work of ATD is at the institutional level. And the transformation that we catalyze asks our colleges to be curious and to break through the status quo. The commitment requires an all-hands approach. So I'm really pleased today that we have trustees in the room. We have Ji-Hang Lee from the Association for Community College Trustees in the room. We have faculty, we have staff, we have students, we have key partners, we have funders. That's what it will take. Our highest performing colleges in our network are setting bold goals like the one Chancellor Salgado talked about today for all students. And they are adopting universal strategies so that all students succeed and succeed at higher rates, and targeted strategies so that students like Black learners are also succeeding at those high rates. Our reach as a network is strong. We have more than 300 community colleges in our network and 33 of the tribal colleges in 45 states. Yet by aggregating the work that we do and what we've learned from our colleges in breaking down barriers to access, especially for Black learners, like building stronger K-12 partnerships to make dual enrollment a more viable option for Black learners, and what we are learning to support Black learners through college to completion, like reducing excess credits to time to degree, like improving campus understanding of the lived experiences of our students, like improving gateway math and English completion in the first year through the redesign and even elimination of developmental education, and reducing the number of students in unstructured pathways. We know from data, a student that comes in general studies or is undecided is not going to succeed at the same rate as a student who declares a major. We know from all of that we can drive change. Just looking at Illinois, the number of colleges in our Achieving the Dream network and the possibilities of aggregating the work in just Illinois. And then think about what's happening in city colleges of Chicago, where all 7 are now in the Achieving the Dream network. 2 years after receiving the largest gift in our history from philanthropist Mackenzie Scott, Achieving the Dream launched a daring and bold new initiative called Accelerating Equitable Outcomes. And we are beginning to unveil or launch 3 cohorts that are focused on majority Black, Latinx, Indigenous institutions. And in what Chancellor Salgado calls a clean sweep, all 5 of the eligible city colleges of Chicago came into the Accelerating Equitable Outcomes cohort last year. And then that energy drove, I think, in partnership, an opportunity to bring the other 2 city colleges of Chicago into the ATD work, knowing that this work is a collective and that we all need to be working together on it. Our network looks like community colleges across the country, and we know as community college practitioners and leaders what the demographics of our colleges look like. But it's really amazing when you put it up on the screen and you see this is the power. This is the power of community colleges. This is the national power of community colleges. So at ATD, we recognize that for Black learners to succeed, the work we do must be grounded in equity. And I want to call out a couple of resources that we have that are part of the work that we do that supports the Black learner success work, and also will be used as part of our support for the national LevelUp work, including our racial equity toolkit. If you've not downloaded the equity toolkit, please do. But you can see that we do work with a number of subpopulations of students, including adult students and parenting students. At the ACCT convention last October, we launched, in conjunction with HCM and Keith and the National LevelUp panel, an effort called the Black Learner Alliance. So ATD will soon be launching an alliance that will be explicit in addressing Black learner success by creating a cohorted community of practice where colleges can come together and work together using data to help them rapidly dismantle institutional barriers that we put in place that keep Black learners from succeeding. The Alliance for Black Learner Excellence will be a cohort-based capacity building effort that will focus on teaching and learning, holistic student support, strategies for senior leaders, and bringing all of that work together into action plans around Black learner success. We are in the planning stages of the Alliance. We mentioned earlier the Joyce Foundation's support for today. I'd like to say too that the ECMC Foundation has been instrumental in helping this national LevelUp work hit the road in these regional meetings like this, but also to help us do the planning for the Alliance. So I'm looking forward to working on the call to action that Dr. Curry is going to mention now. The call to action for our nation's community colleges to examine what it means to be Black serving with budgets that reflect the commitment to enrolling and graduating more Black Americans ready for our nation's family-sustaining jobs in fulfilling careers. And the call to action in communities across this country to examine your data, examine your state data, examine your regional data, and develop action and accountability plans collectively and collaboratively that will help the city colleges of Chicago especially reach that 55% universal goal. With that, I'm going to ask Dr. Keith Curry to come up and talk about the data that really compelled Achieving the Dream to be part of this effort in partnership. Dr. Curry is a member of the ATD network as well and is just passionate about the work. Keith?
Good morning. I flew in from Compton, California. Not in from Compton, California, because we got an airport. But I actually have a minor airport, sorry. I flew in from LA, so I'm excited to be here. So let's try to see it. Good morning. Good morning. It feels good to be back in Chicago. I tried to get pizza yesterday, but it didn't work out for me. There's always today, right? I was trying to watch my calorie intake. So my name is Keith Curry, President, CEO of Compton College, but also the chair for the national panel on Black Learner Excellence. I'm really excited to be here today and talk about the work that we're doing as well. I normally don't use an iPad, so it's going to be interesting how this goes. So right now is just the time. I want to share with you some of the work that I've been doing. I've been involved in higher education for over 20 years. I don't look that old, but I feel like I've grown so much over the years. But when I was 19 years old at UC Santa Cruz, I created a program for Black learners called Destination Higher Education as a 19-year-old undergraduate. That was my first grant I ever wrote, got $4,000 to pay for my salary to do that work. That's how I learned how you get paid a little bit for the work that you do. I learned that at 19 years old. But then also, too, I had the opportunity to work at Compton College. Compton College, if you don't know the history of it, was the first community college in Los Angeles County and also state of California whose accreditation was revoked. We became accredited in 2017, and we just had our last accreditation visit. The report comes out in June, but there was no recommendations for our institution. And so I'm really excited about that because not only did we come back, have a rebirth from accreditation being revoked, we continue to thrive within the community that I'm from. I'm from Compton. I was a ball boy for the football team when I was 12 years old. We're going to be a lot better this coming year, so I can't say my other joke that I have with that. But I just want you to know that my roots are from Compton, and I'm really focused in on Black learners. I was actually invited into the space regards to Black Learner Excellence because of the work that we have done with Achieving the Dream. And HCM Strategist was doing some work with the Lumina Foundation regarding Black learners. And they were saying, go talk to Keith Curry at Compton College. And so we had a conversation about Black learners in that call. And don't you know, sometimes you get the call, you just like, okay, let me riff and talk for a little bit, see what happens. Next, work came after that riff. And what happened was this. So there was a study that was done from January through April 2022, just with policy makers and institutional interviewers reviewing what's being done in regards to Black learners. And then in September of 2022, I got a call regards to being involved in the expert panel and also national panel. And my response was, yes, I would be interested in being involved, but can I be the chair? And that happened. And the reason why I said that, because I really it's not only about having these conversations for me about Black learners, but it's also about the work being done afterwards. We can talk about the data all day, but what work happens after you have a conversation about the data? So after we had a conversation about me serving as a chair, then we brought in the expert advisory committee, which talked about, we were looking at enrollment, but then the conversation changed from enrollment to how do we treat Black students when they come on our campuses, right? We can always talk about seeing an increase in enrollment in Black students, but then when they come to our campuses, are we treating them well? Are we treating them nice? Do we say hello, right? Are we making sure the students are programming the right academic courses? And so really thinking about through the expert advisory committee, it wasn't just about enrollment, it was also about how do we treat the students once they're enrolled on our campuses. Then we brought together the national panel, which I also chaired as well, and we came out with a report in January of 2023. So why community colleges? We all know that if you look at the data in regards to declining enrollment, you can look at the context, right? Look at the anti-Black racism in the historical context, anti-Black racism, the population size of Blacks, the population within the United States, the racial wealth gap. You also can look at statistics in regards to data. National Student Clearinghouse is one of my favorite data to always look at. The importance of community colleges, entry point for Black students, and then also affordability, right? The cost of education for our students. But we also looked at the trends in enrollment. And it's very interesting if you look at since 2011, there has been a decline in Black students' enrollment in higher education, but specifically community colleges. So if you look at, there's been a steep decline, and that's over 35%. So you can start looking at the slides. So from 2019, you see a 25% decline, approximately 292,000 students. And so a lot of times people start saying, okay, the decline happened. It could have been during COVID, right? That's the first response most people say is decline is during COVID. It was happening before COVID, right? And so if you look at your data prior to COVID, you can see that there was a decline in enrollment, particularly around Black students. And then if you look at fall of 2022, you see that there's a 35% decline. So then you might start to say, okay, is a population size changing in regards to Black folks within the United States? Are individuals not enrolling because it's a population decline? Lower number of African Americans who might be eligible to go to college or might be interested in college. So you look at numbers, there's not a decline in the numbers of 18 to 34. You see a steady line of individuals in that area. So then you might say, okay, what they might be going to another 4-year college or going to a for-profit, what's happening. But you can also see in other sectors, this is through 2021, that there's been over 715,000 decline. So you can see that students, they might not be enrolling at community colleges, but also they're not enrolling anyplace else, right? So you start to have those conversations. And then you have individuals who say, look at the economy, individuals more people are working. That might be one of the reasons why there's a decline. This slide right here, I'm about to go to, is very interesting as well. So you start to look at, okay, who's making $40,000 in personal income, right? So the gray line shows not enrolled, this is African Americans, between the ages of 18 and 34, not enrolled, not low income, over $40,000. So for 2019, there was 10%. But if you look at not enrolled and low income, 63%, right? And that's less than $40,000. Now, I don't know about anybody else in this room. I don't think with $40,000 you can buy a home within the community that you live in right now. Because in Compton, where I have a house, it's $500,000, and I'm still shocked that it's $500,000 because it's a small 2-bedroom place, right? So when we start talking about affordability and seeing more of our students earn more money with livable wages, what does livable wages look like to you? For me, it's buying a home within the community. So then I have some data regards to what's happening now, some trends. So you can see a lot of data regards to National Student Clearinghouse. You see more students are enrolling back in higher education. So you saw an increase of 2.1%, but freshmen at all institutions, 4.2%. So you do see an increase, but you see a decrease in freshmen at all institutions. So let me just talk a little bit. So you got the data. You see there's a decline. And you see that in the fall of 2023, they saw an increase in the number, but you also see a decline in the number of freshman students who are enrolled in higher education. So the expert advisory committee did work, which I was a part of, and the work really focused in on enrollment and also retention of Black students. And out of that came the concept regards to Get Real agenda, which looks at four areas. The first area is real transparency and also true affordability. Really addressing the cost of attendance for students to go to college and make sure we don't change what the cost looks like. And what I mean by change what the cost looks like is that if a student enters as a first-time student, the cost should remain the same throughout their entire career at that institution they're at. So if we're promoting a certain number, can we keep that certain number? But really talking about the real transparency and true affordability and what's the true cost of higher education. Also ensuring success through shared ownership, making sure the onus is not just on the student, but it's also on the institution. So our students have come from systems that have been broken. And some of our students don't have faith in the systems that we currently represent. I have a student at my institution, she says this all the time. She said, Dr. Curry's not going to nickel and dime us. And at first I was laughing because I thought it was funny, but in actuality, she was real. Because she knows that we think about affordability at our institution, but we're not trying to nickel and dime. And they're used to individuals saying, oh, you know what, for this you got to pay extra. For this you got to pay extra. Keeping the cost right, but then also making sure we're not nickel and diming students, and that the ownership is also an institution. Also making sure that we have academic and social supports that create a sense of belonging for students. What does that look like at institutions? Making sure that students know that they feel welcome at our institutions and have a sense of belonging. There's research from Frank Harris and Luke Woods at San Diego State that was, now Luke Woods is the president of Sacramento State, but they were looking at how we work with Black students at my institution. And one thing that I thought was very interesting about this, and especially as it relates to a sense of belonging, was how many times you say hello to a Black student who walks through your campus. We have some Black students that walk through our campuses, no one will not say a word to them. But then when you look at your data and your enrollment is declined because of Black students, and that one Black student that you have seen is no longer there, but we never said hello to that student. Now, I take responsibility for that as well. I had this one student who worked in our library. I seen him for 2 years. I would say hello once every blue moon. Student gets into UCLA and says, Dr. Curry, that one day you said hello meant a lot to me because of all the stuff that I went through. He told me that at graduation. But I didn't say hello to him every single day. So now I'll make sure I say hello to students every single day, regardless of their race. but and also gender, but making sure I have that conversation, but ensuring, especially for Black students, that they're seen on our campuses. But we also provide those social support and address these students' basic needs. And the last piece of this is learner-centered teaching practices for Black learners. Really looking at not only who teaching our Black students inside the classroom, but also how they're being supported within the classroom. You know, one of the things that, and no, I love faculty that's in the room. Just want to make sure I put this out there. I love faculty. But I also think it's important that people understand that once we recruit students into a classroom, we're heading them off to a faculty member. And we have to make sure that those faculty members are supported within the classroom to work with our Black students through professional development. But then also Black students are learning about stuff that's relevant to them. So we came up with the Get Real agenda, which is a part in your packet. There's a QR code. We're trying to save paper these days. We can be able to get all the reports in regards to Level Up. But I challenge you to look at the Get Real, the report that's included in the packet, and then also there's a playbook as well regards to the Get Real agenda. So I just want to let you know a little bit about the national panel. The national panel had commitments. We have individuals in the room that was mentioned earlier who are part of the national panel, and there's some names of the individuals who are part of the national panel, besides myself. But it was a great group. We had several meetings talking about the Get Real agenda, but also talking about what we can do next as it relates to Black learners. And so as your chancellor mentioned, I was here last year in February, and we had a conversation at dinner about his involvement in the national movement regards to Black learners. And all he said was, yes, let's come to Chicago. Let's figure this out. And so I'm very grateful for that invitation, because this is a part of the Level Up agenda, but also to make sure that we do something as a follow-up to continue the conversation and to continue to work within community colleges. So what's next? So we've been working with Achieving a Dream on the Alliance for Black Learner Excellence, which you'll be hearing more throughout the day about that. Level Up commitments to Black learners. So this is one of the Level Up commitments. We're going to Detroit next fall. We had a workshop in Las Vegas. We did a symposium, in Las Vegas. We did an event in New York regards to Black learners, and we also spoke in Louisville as well. And QR codes here is one of the QR codes. This is for the Level Up and Get Real. You can be able to download that. The QR code is there. I'm sorry. Click. The QR code is there for that one. And then we also have another QR code to be able to follow the work that we're doing in regards to Black learners. And so I know we're ready to have a conversation, a fireside chat with Dr. Strout and myself, but I would say that this work in regards to Black learners, it's important that we amplify the enrollment decline, but also at the same time, we have conversations, genuine conversations, about what can be done to support Black learners at our institutions. Thank you. And I actually followed instructions and turned my phone off.
If I use, this works. Okay. Thank you. So, Dr. Curry, let's put the Get Real into action.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's talk about data. So we were sidebarring this morning, and you said you have a 29% increase in Black student continuing enrollment.
I'm excited.
What'd you do?
I didn't do nothing. I just hired the right person. So in 2021, I do an event in California called the Black Student Success Week, which is the last week in April, and we do different workshops. It was founded in 2020. And so doing that work, I had to hold myself accountable, saying I'm not doing enough for Black students. And so with our American Rescue Plan dollars, we got approval from the federal government to hire a director of Black and male of color success on our campus. Now that position has been institutionalized and it's funded, and they have enough funding for programming of $130,000 per year. The reason why I bring that up, because I had to put the responsibility on an individual and a department to work with Black students through a guided pathways framework. And that was important. So Dr. Antonio Banks is our director. I give him all the credit because he's working with the Guided Pathways counselors through each one of our Guided Pathways divisions, but he's also focused in on the programming of events on our campus for Black students. And he hired Black students as student ambassadors who are basically advocating to other students about why to receive the services provided through the Black and Male of Color Success Initiative. One thing I would put out there regards to this initiative, the work we're doing, working with Black students is not just one person's responsibility. Let me say that on this side. Working with Black students, it's just not one person's responsibility. Because people get caught up in these conversations and say, you know what, I hired a director and it's fine, or I have a task force. Working with Black students, this is everybody's responsibility. Everybody has to take shared ownership, right? That means at all levels of the organization. So if you're working in maintenance operations and you see a Black student on campus, you should be asking them, did you fill out your FAFSA application? Did you receive services through our basic needs? But we should all be engaged in these conversations. And then also, too, for me, in the Guided Pathways framework, make sure that every single counselor is trained and supported. So then when they see a Black student, they're able to have those conversations. So it started with the institutional commitment that we provided the funds to support it and institutionalize it. And then giving them the credit for the work that they're doing and to continue to support. And I got the heck out the way. Right? I have learned as a leader to get out the way.
That's not totally true, though. But yeah, you did. When you joined ATD and you looked at your data, what did you learn about Compton that you didn't know already?
I learned that no one else is looking at the data besides myself. Right? And we were having some real conversations about the data. And I'm sitting there like, it's posted online. All of our data at Compton College is posted online at the instructor level, disaggregated by race, right? And so I'm looking at that all the time. Transfer level English, transfer level math. I'm always looking. But then we start to have conversations with individuals about the data. I realized that maybe I was the only person looking. And so I had to be more intentional, especially when I work with Achieving the Dream, of looking at our data and making sure that we having conversations about the data. And I give a lot of credit to our Achieving the Dream coaches regards to that, because it takes time to listen and have conversations and just instead of saying, here, go look at the website, right? And I learned that through our work with Achieving the Dream. I just can't expect people to look at the website. I got to make sure that people have the data, but then also we're carving out spaces within our organization to have conversations. It could be at the division chair meeting. It could be at meetings with managers and supervisors. It could be at meetings with students, but making sure that everyone knows where the data is at, but carving out time in that agenda to have a conversation about the data. It's easy to me to say, hey, can we just take 15 to 20 minutes out of our agenda, on our agenda to talk about data and share the data before the meeting and then have a conversation in the meeting about that data.
So you ended up, in using the data, taking a number of what I'd call universal approaches, that changes in the design of the way you work, the way the college is structured, that support all students. And then also you've taken steps for targeted interventions for Black learners. Can you describe some of the universal moves you've made that are disproportionately supporting Black learners?
So hopefully nobody takes it the wrong way. I'm a firm believer in how do you do it for every single student. And you can be able to be doing some intentional work after you do that. And so let me give you an example. Every student at Compton College eats for free. Everybody gets 1 meal per day. 1 meal per day. And my critics will say, oh, Dr. Curry, you used American Rescue Plan money. Yeah, I did, right? I used that for 2 years. Next year, we have $7 million come back in a employee tax credit under the COVID-19. $4 million, the Board of Trustees approved $4 million of that to be used for food. We also set aside some of our state dollars to help support food. So students eat every day. They also get $20 a week to go to farmer's market to buy groceries. And if you're on SNAP, or in California, they call it CalFirst, they're able to be able to match those dollars. You know who takes advantage of those services mostly? Our Black students, right? But also, too, we look at the work that we're doing. We have a guaranteed income program at Compton as well, and we have 100 students who participate. 61% of students who are in that guaranteed income program are Black women with one child. they get $500 a month, right? And so what I try to do, work with the staff, is look at ways we can be able to create programs that are going to be sustainable, but then also looking at data disaggregated by race, to be able to find out who's participating. And then once you find that out, then you're able to double down some of your efforts. And so for me, and I didn't say this in the presentation, budgets are statements of values. Budgets are statements of values, right? So if you look at the Get Real report, it talks about institutions that are saving black students. Some institutions where probably majority of black students are going, that they spend $2,000 less on black students, right? So if budgets are statements of values, and you say you want to see black students be successful, does your budget reflect your statements of values? And so we have to make sure as leaders we're doing that, but it's universal, right? I can't have a program for 30 students, for 30 black students or 60 black students, but then I got another 1,500 not being served, right? Because what happens is people say, oh, you know what, go to that program over there for 30, 60 students, and everybody's pushing them over there to the same couple of black folks who are doing that program. And then, I saw that clap. Yeah. It's okay. But for the 30, 60, but everyone else is not being served. So how do we create programs and services where all black students are being served, regardless of their major? So it has to be universal, but you have to be able to look at your data disaggregated by race and see what's happening and come up with a design that's best for your institution. What we do at Compton College might not be best for other institutions, and I totally understand that. But institutions have to take ownership of what's happening at their institution, create a plan to be able to address all students, but particularly black students.
And we like to call those inescapable kinds of supports for the students. One more question before we have to leave the chat. One of the Get Real principles is learner-centered teaching practices for black learners. How are you trying to adopt that principle at Compton?
So one of the things that I learned looking at data, this was interesting. Compton's our enrollment 64% Latinx, Hispanic, and 24% Black students. So I was looking at the data regards to transfer level English and math. What I noticed was that we had 11 white students taking transfer level English. 11, count 11. I had 12 white faculty members teaching transfer level English. That's on me, right? That is on me. So when you look at this principle, it's one, you got to hire people that reflect the demographics of your community and the students that you serve, right? But also, two, how are we providing the professional development for our faculty members who are teaching in transfer level English and math? And so I just doubled down our efforts. One of the things that happened to me, and I went to Gutman College in New York, and their provost at the time, I think I'm doing really good work. And the provost said, you're great, but what are you doing to invest in the people through professional development? And the way it was so smooth, the way they checked me, and I was just like, it was smooth though, right? But what I learned from that was I have to double down the efforts. So within professional development, we created communities of practice for our faculty members who are teaching transfer level English and also math. We also put $250,000 aside for the next 5 years to support faculty teaching learning projects. So faculty actually write proposals regards to professional development. We also have put, for transfer level English and math, we have a faculty member on 20% reassigned time working in our tutoring center. What we noticed is that the faculty weren't taking students into the tutoring center and the support center. So we made sure that we had a faculty member assigned to that tutoring center for English and also for math. So taking those teaching learning center practices, one is hiring faculty that reflect demographics of the community. Two is the professional development. Double down on professional development for faculty members to be able to work with the student population that we currently serve. And then finally, three is holding individuals accountable. At some point, we have to hold people accountable for the work that we do, because I have to be held accountable. So everyone has to be held accountable for the outcomes of our students. Because we want to do better for our students, but holding individuals accountable.
So you just you're not really in it, you're just letting it go.
Yeah.
Please,
That was so smooth how you did that, too.
please join me in thanking Dr. Curry for bringing to life the work.
Yeah, we can go.
All right, we're definitely off to a great start. Chancellor Salgado, and once again, Dr. Stout, Dr. Curry dropping some knowledge. Those are two transformational leaders that take a human-centered approach to building institutional capacity. So at this point, page 7 that Kiera referred to, take a couple minutes to reflect. I think we got plenty to write about at this point. We're going to take about 5 minutes to do that. Then we're going to take a break at 10:15 to 10:25, and at that point, we're going to have our student panel. So at this point, take the next 5 minutes to do the Real Solutions worksheet. Thank you.
Have to get me a voice like that. I'm just kidding. Okay, so I'm so excited. We've heard some amazing information from LevelUp and Achieving a Dream a few moments ago, and now we're going to hear from 5 of our students from the City Colleges of Chicago. City colleges have been known historically to lay the foundation for some amazing change makers that you'll see throughout the world. We have Alderman William Harris and Chance the Rapper, if you know of him. And then also Gwendolyn Brooks, if you know her as well. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce our Senior Vice President of Olive Harvey College. Wait, I think. Oh! Okay, I'm sorry, let's do it again. I'm going to introduce Senior Vice President. Okay, yeah, start over. Okay, up for the top. Okay. We got to play it, we got to pretend, okay? So without further ado, I'm going to introduce to some and present to others our Senior Vice President of Olive Harvey College, Dr. Brandon Nichols.
I guess I should have told her I was switching seats. But I want to be closer to the stage. But I wanted to just, welcome everyone again. I'm looking forward to a very festive session today with our student leaders. And in talking with one of our leaders, Jocelyn, we're going to refer to each other as kings and queens today. Because I think a lot of times us as Black folks, we do not pour into each other, give each other our flowers. So I just want to give a shout out to Jocelyn, one of our student leaders. And before I introduce, I just want to give a little bit of description about what to expect from today's panel. So when we think about the panel, really this is an opportunity for us to tell our story. So our students will be able to tell the story about their journey. Many of us in the room have a journey, but I think for our students, they have a very unique journey that has brought them to present day on how they came through City Colleges of Chicago. And if you think about City Colleges of Chicago, it is a staple throughout the city. It is a foundation for some amazing Black scholars, professionals, entrepreneurs, and politicians. That's including but not limited to Alderman William Hall that attended Harold Washington College. We also have our rapper, singer, songwriter, and also community activist Chance the Rapper that also attended Harold Washington College. We have former Illinois Alderman Wilson Frost that attended Kennedy King College, but at the time it was Woodrow Wilson Jr. College. And lastly, just to highlight Gwendolyn Brooks, also of Kennedy King College, but at that time it was, of course, Wilson Jr. College as well. And in order to improve higher education outcomes and to bridge the equity gap that we've been talking about throughout this morning, we want to focus on our Black leaders. So you will hear from our Black leaders, our kings and our queens, who will be able to speak about some of the resources that have helped them throughout their educational journey, regardless of the location. But really, I think it's more so for us to be able to make sure that we continue to wrap our arms around our young leaders to be able to ensure that this is just part of their journey for them to continue throughout their career and their transfer journeys. So without any further ado, I will introduce our panelists. So our panelists will be introduced and then they will be arriving to the stage. After that, then we will go through a series of questions. So I joked with a few people earlier, I'm slightly biased. So I will I changed the order in which they will be actually stepping on stage. Of course, Olive Harvey College is my home college, southeast side of Chicago. But of course, we're here at Malcolm X. So let's start with our first queen. So with our first queen, I would like to introduce Ms. Jocelyn Harper. Ms. Jocelyn Harper is in her final semester in the surgical technology program at Malcolm X College. She has been held in an elected position as president of the Student Government Association over the past 2 years. And she also has joined Advancing Opportunities for Women in STEM, in which she recently participated in a conference for STEM that focused on the Illinois Louise Stokes Alliance for Minority Participation, in which she won first place. She has also taken part in 2 research internships, started the Surge Tech Club, Veg Me Club, Book Club, currently serves as a peer tutor here at MXC, and next she plans to attend a 4-year university. All right, next I would like to introduce our queen from Harry S. Truman College, Makila Collins. Come on up.
Yes, queen.
Makila Collins currently serves as the Truman Student Government Association president for this current academic year. She is pursuing an Associates of Science in Human Development and Family Studies at the college. Makila also is a mother of 2, and she serves on multiple committees throughout the city and state that represents the level of advocacy for early childhood education and development, early Head Start, and K through 12. In the future, Makila plans to stay involved with her advocacy work and is committed to family engagement. Thank you. All right, next, I would like to introduce Kennedy King College's Phi Theta Kappa Vice President, Joseph Rice. Come on up. Joseph Rice is resilient and a young man of faith who defies the odds of growing up on the tough streets on the south side of Chicago. Despite facing numerous challenges and being surrounded by negative influences, Joe remains to be determined to carve out a better future, not only for himself, but for his family and of course his community that he serves. At a young age, he had witnessed a destructive impact of crime and poverty in his community. Determined to break free of this cycle, he turned to education to be a beacon of hope, immersing himself in his studies, recognizing that education is his ticket to a brighter future. At 22, Joseph stands as a testament to the power of education and resilience. He aspires to be a positive role model in his community so that the younger people can pursue their dreams, and despite the odds being stacked against him, his journey continues to be a reminder of the perseverance, determination, and that anyone can rise above their circumstances. All right, for our next queen, I would like to introduce Antoinette Hicks. Come on up, Antoinette. I should call Antoinette Miss Olive Harvey College because she is involved in everything at the college at the student level. Of course, she is also our president of Phi Theta Kappa currently and over the past 2 years. Ms. Hicks is a native Chicagoan who has a passion for educating and building positive foundations for preschool children in urban areas. After retiring from Social Security Administration, the grandmother of 4 decided to resume her 40-year academic journey at Olive Harvey College, in which she will receive her associate's of Applied Science degree in Early Childhood Education in May, which will be this Saturday. As mentioned earlier, she is president of Lambda Rho Iota chapter of Phi Theta Kappa International Honor Society and has served as vice president of leadership in 2022. She is honored with the Illinois PTK Regional All Academic Award for the year 2022 and 2023. She was a member of Lambda Iota's chapter Honors in Action, the research team project, which won just a few weeks ago. They won the highest national award in 2024. So we were one of 50 institutions that are two-year institutions for Phi Theta Kappa that was able to win this Honors in Action award. Lastly, she also extended a lot of her work in high regard as she became a student ambassador and representative. And lastly, a member of our Olive Harvey College Trivia Bowl team, of course, for our Knowledge Bowl, in which we won 2 years in a row against Kennedy King College. All right, lastly, I would like to introduce Ms. Lizanne B. Bubal Jones. Lizanne is a very humble person, but she is also our salutatorian for this academic year from Olive Harvey College. Lizanne is a first-generation college student from the Caribbean island of St. Lucia. She majors in philosophy and has interests in law and advocacy. While at Olive Harvey College, she was a work study for our first-year experience department. Lizanne is also involved in equity and excellence intern for the City Colleges of Chicago through the Tamil Black Scholar and Fellowship Program, in which she had the honor of serving as student government president, and also the founding member of the Christian Club, and also a member of 1 Million Degrees Young Women of Color. Lastly, during her time at Olive Harvey College, Lizanne's academic prowess was evident. She currently maintains a 4.0 GPA, in which she will be graduating also this Saturday at our commencement. She has showcased her intellectual abilities and her leadership as a scholar of being involved in our One Book, One Campus initiative, and also involved with the winning defense attorney for our criminal justice program mock trials that is hosted by Department Chair Dr. Jeffrey Dilley. So that closes out our introductions, but now we will dig into the questions. All right, so we have a series of questions that I'm going to ask the team, but of course, I think we all want to know the kind of why are we here, right? So we think about our why. Our why tends to focus on what has gotten us through our academic journey. So, Jocelyn, we'll start on your end and then work across the panel, but I would like for you to tell the group, why did you decide to attend City Colleges of Chicago?
Oh, so I decided to choose City Colleges because in 2015, I went to a community college in the suburbs and they didn't hear what I was going through. So when I transferred to here, to the City Colleges, I ran out of FAFSA. And so one of the queens, I don't know her name, she figured out resources to help me start classes because I wasn't working and I'm a single mom. And when she heard that, she tried her best every semester to figure out a way for I could pay for my classes, make sure I wasn't stressing over anything, and that I didn't have no worries, and I was able to flourish in my classes. So that's why I came to Malcolm X, and also the City Colleges. And my family here, y'all been helping me out since day one, so thank you.
Definitely, thank you for that. Makila?
So I actually have a bachelor's of science in criminal justice. However, the school I went to closed down and wasn't really accredited. And I've always wanted to go back to school. So in the midst of retaining my CDA in preschool, someone came and talked to me about enrolling in city colleges and early childhood programs. And because City Colleges offered me a waiver and I was able to go back to school, I've always wanted to go back to school. So that is why I'm here. I have 2 children who are in school. So I think that it's very important for them to follow everything that I do. So I lead with leaders. So I have born leaders, and I continue to strive and do the best that I can. So City Colleges gave me that lead way to do what I wanted to do.
Thank you for that. Joseph?
All right. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. All right. So why am I at City Colleges? I'll say it's a lot of things. So to start off, I was tired of just going through the same cycle with the workforce, not being able to move up, knowing I'm doing going above and beyond. So I was just felt stuck. And another reason, because like you said, the education, I knew that was a ticket to a brighter future, instead of just staying complacent in my community, in a job force, and just in relationships. I knew that City Colleges would also teach me how to be a student better than a 4-year university, instead of just going out to a 4-year and just trying to tackle school life, network, relationships. So City Colleges gave me that added sense of, okay, we gonna challenge you, but we gonna walk you through it at the same time. So yeah.
All right, Antoinette, Lizanne, same question. Why did you all choose to attend City Colleges of Chicago?
During the pandemic, somehow I became a daycare educator. And so that was my preface. I've always wanted to be a teacher. Throughout my career, I was a mentor, a supervisor, a trainer, so education had always been in my life. I was helping my daughter look for a program. There was Olive Harvey, a Future Ready program. Future Ready would pay my tuition to get a basic certificate in early childhood education. I thought, I gotta go. So transportation, daycare, they helped me with books to receive my computer. As I was going on, someone called me and said there are scholarships for teachers. I continued on. And so now I'm going to get my associate's degree. All because someone reached out to me and let me know about the funding. All because City Colleges has programs that a lot of people don't know about. But once you get into those programs, they take care of you. I didn't have to worry about anything. And also, Olive Harvey is 6 minutes from my house. And it was an intimate setting. I didn't feel, when you go to a big university, you're scared and nervous. As soon as I walked through the door, it's like I was just at home.
So this whole time you're my neighbor? So, good morning, everyone. Can you just say Muela? Sakifet. Muela. So now you can say, same solution patois. So my reason for going to college, I attend Olive Harvey. In addition to the proximity, my sister-in-law attended that school and she was also a teacher there. So it was easy when my husband made the suggestion, oh, well, we could check out this school. I had actually tried with another school and it was just so complicated being not from here and trying to figure it out. And then something that I shared at the Luminary Awards was that 17 years ago, I got accepted to do my bachelor's in criminal law. And I could not go because I could not afford it. And that was devastating to me because I know I have a lot of potential. And what that resulted in was me working and working. I worked in the media for a really long time. And I mean, I enjoyed it, but it was not that thing for me. So when I moved here in 2021, after a year, I decided, oh, let me try this. And I have no regrets. I love it.
No, so this is awesome because it actually brings us to our second question. I think a few of you all may have mentioned it already, but some of the things that we noticed that everyone kind of talked about: community, family, proximity to the school, changing careers. But I guess for the panel, I'd like to ask, what motivates you to be able to achieve your goals, whether it's to go through a transfer program to then matriculate to a 4-year or to go directly into your careers. But where does your motivation come from?
I guess I'll start kings and queens. It starts with me. When I left Chicago Transit Authority as a bus operator, I saw that I didn't want to get stuck as a bus operator. So I was like, nope, I want to be in the medical field. So my blessing came, even though it was bad. COVID hit. I was like, bye, y'all. I'm gone. And so when I came to the community college for Malcolm X Surgical Tech program, I went to Director Young and told her that this is where I want to be. I want to be a surgeon. So what can I do, like, for education or a scholarship? So when we started the fashion show our first year, that's when I got my blessing. I was able to show my leadership. And she pulled me to the side and she was like, Jocelyn, do you want to be the SGA president? I said, I don't know what SGA presidents do, but sure, this is my blessing. Let's do it. And so she was like, all right, you got to accept it. You get a free scholarship. I cried my eyes out and I told my daughter, I'm finna change this campus. Because I've been here since 2015 for 9 years. So I was like, how can I make sure students and staff members feel like family? So I go around, I say, family, are you okay? I'm going to check on your mental health, even though I don't know you. And I'm going to uplift you by calling you kings or queens. So every day I come to school, even when I was in clinicals, I'll be up at 3 a.m, do my clinicals, come back at 6, talk to everybody. How are you doing? So that motivated me to say I can change by just saying good morning, hi, how are you doing? Where are these resources? Y'all, when I find out a resource, I take a student to that resource. And they're like, do you want me to stand out the office and sit down and wait for you? Or do you want me to just leave? And I check in like an email a week later, be like, did they help you out? If not, I know more people that can help us. And so I just want to make sure that students are heard. So because I went through that when I went to a previous community college, I wasn't heard. And I want to make sure every student is heard because you never know what they're going through, especially as a Black student. So, yes.
So, first and foremost, my motivation is losing my father at 15, losing my oldest sister a year before that, and she was actually in front of her school going back to college, and she got hit by a drunk driver. And I know my father always wanted, to see us graduate high school, graduate college. So that's what motivated me. And then I have almost 17-year-old and a 7-year-old. My daughter attends the #1 high school in the state. My son is in 1st grade and read on the 4th grade level. So as a parent, I have to keep going. I have to stay motivated and I have to show them. Then me being an advocate throughout the city of Chicago and the state of Illinois, making sure that our youngest educators get what they need and our teachers get the funding and the pay that they need in these centers and in communities, just communities, period, just getting what they need. Me being a family advocate motivates me every day because I continue to push for them to make sure that they continue to get what they need throughout, their lives.
Go ahead, Joseph.
What motivates me a lot. So we're gonna start just off providing hope. I'm gonna get a little emotional for this one. But just providing hope, where I come from. Like just for the panel, for example, if I wasn't here, we would not have no Black male perspective. My bad, my bad. But just like from what all I seen, the people, black males in general, we don't get these opportunities. We don't get to see these faces. We don't get to be on the stage. So that motivates me every day. I wake up, you know, saying African Americans, black men and black women in positions of power, you know. My bad, y'all got me crying, man. Y'all got me crying. You know, and my mom go wake up every day and work a job she don't want to work. That motivates me. Yeah. Being able to be in these rooms and go back to the communities that we talk about and to pass on that knowledge, that motivates me. Being able to just walk in the campus and, you know, someone feels that I'm being a positive role model or just providing life or just make them want to come to work, that motivates me. So it's a lot of things that motivate me. Thank you.
I know we're in the middle of the panel, but I do have to pause to really give my props to how courageous Joseph was in this moment. And in most cases, these are the stories that we do not hear about. The stories that after class is over with, that ride home, picking up the kids, or in the community where you may be the first generation person that your parent may not be able to help you navigate college, where you earn that navigational capital. You don't have it. You still have to acquire it. So I just want to thank you, brother, for being able to be vulnerable. There is power in vulnerability. And I think that that's where everybody on the panel has been able to talk about that level of vulnerability. So thank you for that. I'm actually going to, for our OHC queens, I'm going to move to just another question just to kind of keep us on task. I wanted to talk about challenges. So for both Liz Ann, Antoinette, what challenges or barriers to your success that you have experienced during college? Because we know everything is not perfect. We can sit up here and talk about all the great things that we're accomplishing, but we know in life, we all have barriers that may be academic or things that's outside of the classroom. So would you all be able to share what challenges or barriers that you all have experienced during your time, knowing that you all will be graduating in a few days, that you still were able to persist?
I think one of my biggest challenges was my age, because I'm in a classroom with a lot of younger students. I'm 62, right? So I have to put, so I had to understand the new generation, had to put those old school thoughts behind and try, but because of my perspective and my age, Miss OAC, I'm so concerned about the students. I want them to achieve. I've been in the world, so I know how hard it is. And I know that it's very important to have somebody who can help, very. And so I don't mind, as they said, the resources, people don't know. Our students don't know it. Give them the resources. I take them around, make sure everything's okay. We have food for you, but wellness, everything for you. That's my responsibility. Because I believe as a Black woman, a mother, a grandmother, it's my responsibility because I've been given a lot. I've lived a middle-class life my whole life. I've never been hungry or homeless. And so I believe what I have, I got to give it back to help somebody else. And so that is my motivation. And that was my only obstacle. And to build my confidence after coming back to school. You know, I didn't know if I could write a paper. I didn't know if I could even read and understand what was going on. And so that was another obstacle. But I had the best professors, the best advisors, the best of everything to help motivate me and keep me going.
Thank you. Liz Ann?
I don't think that all challenges are necessarily negative. So, with that said, representation was a challenge that I experienced with my major. Seeing that it's philosophy, none of my professors in that department were Black that I knew of. And I found that to be peculiar because there are certain topics that we touch in philosophy that would include race, ethics, logic, stuff like that. And then there's also the dynamic with gender. And I I'm often in those spaces. Like I'm also I attend this philosophy association program. Not program, but like a group that meets downtown, and people from everywhere come, and oftentimes I'm the only Black woman, and um, I can see how people would think one way and not even consider another perspective. And then when it is brought up, it's always, for me, it's always passionate. I always find myself defending African American people. And because of the deep respect that I have for them in my program, like with criminal justice and doing Africana studies, um, that challenge to me is what makes me terrified of going to a PWI when I transfer, because I'll be the minority. And where I'm from, I'm not. So it's a new experience for me. St. Lucia is literally the same size of Chicago, but the population is 180,000. So even with that, I only know one other St. Lucian that teaches philosophy, but in another island. And when she found out I was studying this, she reached out to me and said, if you have any questions, let me know. And she also asked me to send my syllabus, so I sent it to her. And I imagine she's comparing, like, are we even meeting a standard? Like, I don't know. But I imagine that she's trying to compare if they're hitting the things that they ought to. So I found that just representation especially was a challenge for me. And my just a side note, I guess a little bit. My husband also he went back to school, right? And he has all these years of work, and I have all these years of work, but I do wonder how the process of getting our degrees can be streamlined because of all of that. Like, we're non-traditional students, and we don't look like it, right? But I feel like if we can um, find a way to make it faster, because at the end of the day, there are children, there are bills. Um, the experiences should count for something, so that would be helpful.
Okay. And I'm going to take part of what Liz Ann mentioned. Liz Ann mentioned about experiences, but one of the things she also mentioned that challenges and barriers are not always a bad thing. So for those that may not be aware, psychology is actually my background. I used to be a therapist in a past life, and one of the things in psychology, there's positive stressors, right? It's called eustress. So a lot of times when we're looking to buy a new car, buy a new house, interview, things like that, there are positive things that are on the horizon. So this brings us to Jocelyn with our next question. Knowing that part of everyone's journey, how do you believe that City Colleges has helped to prepare you for the four-year institution or to enter the workforce?
For me, is asking questions. So every time I ask questions about like how can I prepare myself, so like me, a lot of people will pull me to the side and tell me use your medical terms, but don't let nobody change you. So I tell everybody throw your gluteus maximus in the circumference. They got tired of me saying the other word, and they was like, you need to stop. No, I'm not gonna stop being me, but I will use my medical terms like you said. When I have like challenging days, especially at the hospital, when I had surgeons look down at me saying I don't belong here, I would go speak to my mentors and tell them what's going on, and they would be like, "You are a Black woman, and they're gonna do that to you, but don't let that ignorance stop you." So they will pull me to the side and say, "Breathe when you have those moments again, or pray. Know that you do belong here." And so every day when I was going to clinicals and I put on my scrubs, I'll be like, I belong here. I'm finna turn up. They gonna know who I am and have fun and just believe that I belong here. So every day, everybody at MXC, I'm not gonna forget the other CCC members, family. Y'all have always just talked to me by just saying, know who you are, believe in yourself. If you have a challenge, talk to somebody about what's going on. Don't keep it in, and use every resource that you have because it is free here. So I do that to all the students. Be like, no, 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 come on. I'll take you to where you need to go. So that's what I do.
Keela?
So for me, I've always been in some type of managerial supervisor position working. But I think once I joined SGA last year, it helped prepare me for an even better position in leadership to where I feel like I can run my own organizations. I can get out here and lead with a purpose and not just supervise or manage positions. So I think that Truman has opened up another perspective for me and taken me out of another box that I've put myself into to say, no, I won't do this, no, I won't do that. But I'm to a point now where I'll do it, but I'll do it on my terms. When it comes to anything early childhood education and development, I don't say no. But now it's yes, but on my terms. So SGA has prepared me for that leadership to work on my terms and be a contractor and work on my terms and do what I want to do when I want to do it.
I ain't gonna cry no more, y'all. But
It's all good, King.
It's over to say. It's all good, King.
Seriously though, Kennedy King, you know, but CCC has prepared me, just prepared me for so much success. Like from the first day I walked in to Kennedy King, my life changed. So it's like, you know how you like your birthday, so if birthday's special to you, that's how I treat Kennedy King in general, from just the leadership skills, the showing me how to be consistent, showing me how to work within a team setting, how to be team oriented and still succeed personally, how to so much, how to, like you said, how to get myself out of the box that I put myself in. And honestly, they got me my next job. So I got an apprenticeship with commercial real estate. So they did good.
So this is my chance to complain about Olive Harvey College. Every day the professors, what are you doing? What classes are you taking? Did you go to every single day? They hold you accountable. They help you. They motivate you. My professors, because of the intimate relationships, are not afraid to say, and maybe you need to go to the research, you need some tutoring on writing, or maybe you need to go here, or maybe you need to go there. They're constantly providing positive mentorship. This is every day. But alongside being in PTK, which is the Honor Society, I have learned leadership, scholarship, service, and research abilities. And all those skills will help me become successful at a four-year college. I don't think I'm going to be afraid to walk in because I got this. I got the confidence from Olive Harvey College. You know, community colleges get a bad rap, but they help create successful, intelligent, confident, ready to go, right? We're ready to represent. And so that's what community colleges have done for me.
Can you repeat the question? Can you repeat the question?
Okay, so just actually, I know that we have few more minutes left, so I would lead into our last question, and that's I would like for everyone on the panel to be able to speak to this. This kind of mentions what you talked about, Antoinette, with just the work and the passion and the why we do what we do. So my last question I'd like to ask everyone really relates to kind of the best kept secret. You mentioned something about accountability earlier, and you all have been able to hold each other accountable and mentioned about the faculty holding you accountable. But I would ask you that this is your opportunity to hold the audience accountable for everybody that's an educator on what can we do more. So we think about, the secret of what it means to be able to be a Black learner, to be able to be a Black student, to be able to persevere, to be able to get good grades, but also manage your family life, work life, everything outside. So my question for you is that, what would you like to tell the audience on what can we do as educators, as community activists, as supporters of the work that you all are doing? Tell us, what can we do to improve the Black learner experience in higher education?
Okay. I can try to be as practical as I can. One of the things is, please cater to your Black students when you're choosing cafeteria like staff, please. Oh, I cannot tell you as SGA president how many people have complained to me about food, and our president is amazing. She has tried her best to address it. However, a little soul food, okay? Another thing I would see is probably see how city colleges generally can cater to international students. And I see that as, I'm not an international student, but I am, from abroad. And my sister is motivated to come, and I've seen what she has to go through that I didn't go through. And I have friends like Emmanuel over here, who's an international student, and different people that share their, I could just imagine the hurdles that they have to go through. And we're not short of talent, and we're not short of, the brains and everything. We just need the process to be a little easier, because coming to America is already hard. You know what I mean? So maybe keep that in mind when you're recruiting more support for international students.
And I would go along with that for non-traditional students. Liz mentioned maybe giving us credit for experience. That would help in some of the classes. And also, as far as Black students, because most of us go to predominantly Black schools, right? So we don't need to be taught or prompted on being Black where we're at, but maybe more to help us when we go to where we're the minority, right? To make sure that we're kind of prepared and have a little bit more confidence, maybe more leadership classes, or at the end, when you're about to graduate, make it mandatory that we take, some type of leadership class, confidence class.
Joseph.
So here at Kennedy King, we got a great faculty and staff, so I ain't got no complaints. Not to be biased, but I met a wise man probably, what today is, like a couple days ago.
Okay.
But, he was just telling me, like, we was talking about the Chicago Police Department and Black people. He was just telling me, like, you can never get to no point if you don't have an understanding. So I feel like for CCC, once you have an understanding, because if you leverage two things on a different scale, you'll never have that same ground level. You'll never be on the same level. So as faculty, staff, educators, administration, just have the understanding, not a holistic approach, because what works for one student might not work for the next student. So just have that understanding between the teachers, the staff, and the students. So have that understanding.
So I can attest to that. I have a great time at Truman as well. So I ain't had a bad day.
No bad days.
But I would have to say, just making sure that our Black students feel welcome. They understand what they're signing when they're signing into financial aid, making sure that they don't put themselves in debt, because I know the feeling. So signing up for financial aid and getting grants and loans for school, making sure that our students understand the financial literacy part of that. Also, just bringing them aboard and keeping them in school. Don't just enroll them. Create something to keep them here. Because we can always enroll for the numbers. It's always about the numbers. It's always that data hits all the time. But what are we doing to keep them here? What are we doing to keep them engaged? What are we doing to make them want to come every single day? Make them feel welcome and make them understand that they too deserve an education and they need an education. It's not always about just getting out here and starting a business. If you don't know the financial literacy of starting a business and how to keep that business running, don't set our kids up for failure. And that's what this system always does. Set our Black students up for failure. Let's bring our Black students to the top and give them what they need to be successful in life. Not just in another college, but in a job, in their business, just on a day-to-day basis, because they don't have that.
For me, we'll piggyback off this queen right here. Create that space so students can say they feel safe. I spoke to a few students that did not feel heard, and I addressed it to President Sanders. And he was like, we go figure this out. Because when the students tell me something, I'd be like, okay, what are you they're not hearing? What are they not understanding from you? And when they talk to me more about it, all right, let's figure out who we could talk to figure out that you do feel safe, where you are actually receiving that information to keep you here. Because I don't want no student to drop out like I did from my last community college. So I just feel safe, feel welcome, and understand like what is going on in their lives.
All right, this brings us to a close of our real talk discussion, and really for our kings and queens, this really talks about the true stories and a reflection of the Black learner experience. So I just would like to ask the audience to really give thanks to our panelists to be able to share their stories and their successes at City Colleges of Chicago.
Wow, what an amazing session. Thank you so much for being your authentic selves, Jocelyn, Michaela, Joseph, Mrs. Antoinette, and Lizanne. I remember. Thank you so much. I just want you to know that many of us in this room have also gone through similar experiences. And we're all here to learn from you so that we can continue to sustain this work and improve the quality of higher education for Black learners. So again, thank you so much for your words of wisdom and for sharing your voices. You represent other students who are not in this space. So again, just kudos to you. So it's reflection time now. So on page 8 of your program, you have the opportunity to reflect on the amazing voices that you just heard from and think about how you can use their voices to continue the work that you're doing in your respective spaces. So you have about 5 minutes to do that, and then we'll go on another quick break before we bring up our next panel, okay? Okay? Okay, I guess. Yeah. Okay.
All right. If I can have your attention, please. If I can have your attention, please. Hello, if I can have your attention, please. We're about to begin. We're about to begin. If you can return to your seats, or I'll be forced to sing. If you can return to your seats. I got a hot 16. I'm going to kick a freestyle real quick. I got to hold like a rapper, you know. I got to hold like this. All right, if you can return to your seats. Huh? You don't want to do that. I want y'all to stay. If I started singing, y'all might leave. If you could. So clap, yeah. All right. All I know right now is Cocoa Melon songs. All right. All right. Okay. All right. So next up. All right, so next up, we'll have our partners from the University of Chicago leveraging research partnerships to support Black learner success. As we know, research and continuous improvement is critical to moving the needle into the work we do here at the City Colleges of Chicago. The University of Chicago Inclusive Economy Lab will share out on the work that they're doing and that they plan to do. So please welcome our next moderator for the next segment, Courtney Washington, Program Manager for UC Inclusive Economy Lab.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Vice Chancellor Williams, for that introduction. Thank you all again for joining us today for this important discussion on leveraging research partnerships to support Black learners' success. We're really fortunate today to have a team of experts who bring a wealth of experience and knowledge to this conversation. And before we get started, I'd like to briefly introduce each one of them. So to start, we have Dominique Dom McCoy, who serves as the Deputy Director at the University of Chicago's To and Through project, where he leads public engagement efforts to connect education stakeholders with student attainment and data research. With a focus on disrupting inequitable systems, Dom is passionate about fostering partnerships that supports post-secondary pathways for Chicago public school students. Prior to joining To and Through, Dom served as the Director of School Partnerships at One Goal in Chicago. He holds a Master of Arts in Public Policy from the University of Chicago's Harris School of Public Policy and a bachelor's degree from Kenyon College. Please welcome Dom. Oh, yes. Can you hear me better, everyone? All right. So next we have Coffee Moraney Patterson, the Senior Program Director for the College and Career Success Portfolio at the U Chicago Inclusive Economy Lab. In addition to this role, she serves as a lecturer at the University of Chicago's Crown Family School of Social Work and Practice. With a focus on racial and social inequalities, Coffee examines their impact on the educational and career trajectories of urban communities, particularly students of color. Prior to her current roles, she held leadership positions at the University of Chicago's Office of Civic Engagement and Chicago Scholars. Coffee holds a BA in Cultural Anthropology and Africana Studies from Vassar College, an MSW in Advocacy, Leadership, and Social Change from the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, and a PhD from the University of Chicago's Crown Family School of Social Work, Policy, and Practice. Please give a round of applause for Dr. Coffee Moraney Patterson. And finally, we have Carmelo Barbaro, who currently serves as the Executive Director of the U Chicago Inclusive Economy Lab. Previously, he worked as a project leader in the Chicago office of the Boston Consulting Group, a leading strategy consulting firm. Before joining BCG, he spent several years working in urban planning and community development, with a focus on low-income communities in the cities of Chicago and Milwaukee. He holds a BA in government from Harvard University, a Master of Science in Regional and Urban Planning Studies from the London School of Economics and Political Science, and an MBA from the University of Chicago Booth School of Business. Please welcome Carmelo. right, now that we've been introduced to all of our panelists and heard about their impressive backgrounds, let's delve into today's conversation. So one crucial aspect of fostering inclusive environments for Black learners in higher education is the effective utilization of research and data. And just before we really dive into this conversation, I think it's really important to emphasize that when we refer to data, we're not just talking about the actual quantitative measures and the numbers that represent Black student learners. The data and research we discussed today not only encompasses quantitative measures, but also the experiences of Black learners that cannot always be numerically measured. And as we saw in that last panel, those experiences really offer the why and the context that we need when looking at a lot of these numbers. So with this in mind, Kofi and Dom, I'd love for you all to start just with some of your insights on how institutions are currently leveraging research and data to identify and address the unique challenges faced by Black learners. And if you all have any examples of some of this in your work, we'd love to hear that.
Thank you, Courtney. I just love that we are total nerds and all of us have like notebooks. Nobody else had these things, but that's how we roll. So great to see so many extraordinary people and faces. Courtney, I can give you some of the things that we're doing at the lab, but I welcome John to offer additional things with to and through. So I think one of the things, is that better? You guys were just letting me do that? You just wait.
They did it to me too, apparently.
Thank you, Carmela. So I think one of the things that we're doing really well at the Inclusive Economy Lab is thinking about, is there an echo? Okay, I'm sorry, I can hear it, maybe you can't hear it. Is thinking about framing challenges as institutional instead of individual. So when we see students not succeeding or there's issues with retention, knowing that it's not located within an individual student, but likely a reflection of some institutional opportunities. Another great piece of research that we were supportive of was thinking about the ways that we could eliminate courses that were not leading to degrees. So making that navigational experience easier for students when making course selections, so they're not here or anywhere any longer than they need to be. Moving towards the elimination of remedial courses for Black learners in particular who might by other means not need to take them. So getting them closer to that degree activation and actualization and not losing students earlier. And then lastly, which the panel was a great example of, I told the king on the panel, you had me over in tears. I have a son. I hope one day he'll say he wants to stop his mama from having to go to work. But just like centering the voices of Black students. They are best positioned to help us think about what they need. And to Courtney's point, qualitatively and quantitatively. So really taking students as experts in their own experiences, and then importantly, translating that into policies that help students show up better.
I think, well, first off, I want to just say, I feel a little set up that we had to follow the panelist student experience. So now we got to like talk about research and data. So thank you for ever planning this. But I think Courtney, I think your example just in your intro, right? The fact that we in this room are talking about data, not just as graphs and figures and percentages, but also about experiences and stories, right? And so, and I think in a lot of ways, when I think about the examples that we're seeing around the city, around the state, the fact that that's a part of the regular conversation at institutions is in some ways kind of radical in its own way, right? It's some of the progress that we've been able to make, I think, over the last couple of years that we're seeing there's limits to what we can understand about our students' experiences, about what we need to change just in some of this quantitative information. It's incredibly useful. It's an incredibly useful tool, and there's still gaps, right? And the fact that we're seeing more institutional investment in surveys, in trying to have student focus groups, at using student voice to have a seat at the table to make some of the decisions about what we want to try differently is something that I get really excited about when we get to have conversations about data around the city, particularly at the higher ed level.
Thank you both. So you all gave great examples of some of the strategies institutions can employ to really support Black learners. And what we really hear is that it takes a multifaceted approach. So Carmelo, turning to you, You've been deeply involved in a lot of the collaborative efforts at IEL, and I just want to hear in what ways can institutions collaborate with local agencies, research organizations, and even local nonprofits to develop and implement programs that specifically support the success of Black students in higher education?
Thanks, Courtney. I think on this dimension, there's actually quite a lot to be proud of here in Chicago, and specifically at city colleges. So the Inclusive Economy Lab, which is a research center at the University of Chicago, has been working closely with city colleges for 7 years now, and is one of several research partners that has built a really strong, highly institutionalized partnership with city colleges to improve the student experience and advance student goals. So, there are, and this is not necessarily like the sexiest work, right? But it's really important getting those data sharing agreements in place, building a shared understanding of the data, understanding faculty perspectives, student perspectives, building relationships with other important local institutions like CPS so that together we can learn more and improve systems in a way that we couldn't if we were all operating independently. So I think that like Chicago has really been, and I hear this from funders that I talk to in other places, Chicago's really been a leader in building these kinds of research practice partnerships and building institutional partnerships like the Chicago Roadmap, which allow for a different level of innovation, a different level of transparency, build trust in systems, and ultimately, I think, improve student outcomes. But it is, 2017 feels like a lifetime ago, right? And particularly, it feels even more so after the last several years and some of the unique things that we've all experienced. But these things take time. They are not glamorous often. Each iteration we learn a little more and we make things a little smoother. So I just really wanted to applaud the dedication of the partners at the school district and the community college district in Chicago in doing this really, really hard work.
Thank you. And really, in building those partnerships, we understand that each organization is coming with their own priorities. So Dom, I want to turn to you. So when working with your partners, it really requires that balance of priorities, of course. So how do you navigate the balance between the technical expertise of your organization and the actual grassroots knowledge of the partners that you work with?
Yeah, I think first and foremost, I think just trying to be really clear that we don't have the answers necessarily, right? And I think sometimes there's sometimes pressure, right? We all want to know what is working, what is the right thing to do with our students. And I think I agree. I think we're really blessed in Chicago that we have this ecosystem. We got a whole room full of people that care about young people in the city of Chicago, right? And this is reflected across all of our organizations. We want the same thing. But I think for us, I think it's trying to be really clear about when it comes to data in particular, understanding again what can it tell us, what can it not tell us, right? Really trying to understand where are our limits of what we can actually say this is telling us about students' experiences, and I think really trying to find that true partnership to work with folks on the ground, work with folks that are working directly with students or running programs to help kind of ask better questions, right? I think Dr. Curry said it earlier, right? The data is the kind of easy part, right? We can get the data to kind of start to reel in some of this complexity, but fundamentally, data is kind of everything and nothing, right? Data is not going to do the work, right? This is people work, right? And so trying to figure out what is the collaboration, what is the conversations that need to happen, what are the things that we need to be able to try and test, try to feed that back into our understanding of what to do next is I think where we try to really kind of live in partnership with folks that are kind of more doing the work.
And when developing the actual research agendas and working with our partners, it often requires figuring out how internally you align your missions, your projects, like with the work of the partners that you're working with. So turning to you, Dom and Kafi, could you share some insights into how your organizations navigate this alignment process and ensure that your initiatives actually reach the overarching goals of these institutions?
So we aim to partner with institutions that have already demonstrated a commitment to inclusivity. That's number one. sort of a values alignment. And then within an organization, we want to pick a place where leaders are empowered to innovate or change. And so City Colleges is a great example under the leadership of Chancellor Salgado. You know, even if I think about the work of President Hollingsworth, who was there, I don't see her anymore, but she's doing some really innovative things over at Olive Harvey. And she's told me that the chancellor has empowered her to do that. Or I think about our calls with Dr. Dupilia. It's exciting. That's a new title for her. Like really, her goal in those meetings is like, what do you need? How do we get it to you? How do we move systems? How do we move policies? That's really transformative, particularly being in the research space where, to Carmela's point, things can often linger for years. So partnering with institutions that are consistently demonstrating the urgency of things that are often disregarded feels really important for us. And then at the Inclusive Economy Lab, having a project selection process that really vets things across a host of areas of possibility. One being, are we the best positioned to help an organization move forward? And if we aren't, thinking about within the University of Chicago, are there other urban labs? Are there other professional schools that might be better positioned to do this work? And then ensuring that we're connecting partners and lending our might to helping them make those connections.
Yeah, I think the only thing I would add is, you know, at 2 and through, I think we convene a lot. We talk a lot. We like to have a lot of conversations, sometimes too much. But you know, I think one thing that we find really helpful is it just gives us an opportunity, right? Trying to invite everybody to the table. And I think when we say everybody, you know, we love to work with other researchers, you know, school leaders, folks that are in the classroom or in student support services. But that can also be more and more. We're trying to make that be inclusive of families, right? Make sure that that is folks that you know are leading in the quiet ways, right, within each of these institutions. And I think it provides us, we found just trying to create that space for conversation can be a really, really useful tool to just understand what are the consistent questions that are coming up throughout our space that people are feeling stuck on, right? The things that they are unclear about. And I think that often gives us, from we're trying to look at projects or how we want to build different type of analysis or provide data more publicly to give people the tools to do the work, right? Try to kind of remove some of those barriers of being able to answer oftentimes some fairly relatively simple questions, right? You know, how many of our students are reaching X milestone consistently? Has that changed over time, right? We want to make sure that you don't kind of have to, you know that one single person in the institution to get that information, or be an Excel wizard to be able to parse through all that data, right? Just trying to figure out, you know, what are those common questions, trying to find more opportunities to kind of bring that out into space is something that we've just found really helpful.
Courtney, if I could, I would love to build on some of the processes that Coffee and Dom shared. Because there's one tool that we've used specifically in our partnership with City Colleges that I have found really helpful, which is when we first began working with the district 7 years ago, the district actually articulated a learning agenda for itself based on areas where the district believed there were opportunities to improve student experience and outcomes, and invited researchers to join and work on specific topics. We were in here about a year ago celebrating, I think, the 5-ish year anniversary of that learning agenda. But I think that was a really helpful signal to us as researchers of what the district's priorities were, and allowed us to decide whether and how we wanted to engage, to start to build the expertise on the topics that were a priority for the district. And now, you know, after 5, 6, 7 years of working on those topics, we're now working on the second iteration of our learning agenda, which is actually specifically going to be focused on the experiences of Black learners. And that actually, give credit where credit is due. That was not my idea. That was Coffee's idea many, many months ago. But we're really excited with the support of City Colleges and with the support of Bridges to Brighter Futures to be able to articulate a set of learning goals specifically focused on the Black learner experience over the coming months and over the next several years to support the work that the district is doing.
I think what you all really highlight is it requires a level of intentionality when partnering with these different organizations, because we really want to ensure that we're filling gaps to actually make a meaningful impact for our Black learners. So I think with that, I kind of want to shift the conversation a little bit and broaden our scope to think about some of the recent changes that we've seen in higher education and how that might impact the way institutions, specifically community colleges, might actually serve their Black students. So Coffee and Carmela, I'll turn to you for this one. So with the recent shifts in higher education, particularly the termination of affirmative action, how do you foresee the future of Black learners in higher education? And how do you think those institutions can work to mitigate some of the potential negative impacts that we'll see as a result of this?
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, it's a not both and. When you were asking the question, Courtney, I had two emotions inside of me. One is that it's very real and scary. That's real, right? But two is my unending belief in Black people and Black learners and resilience to sort of navigate the ridiculousness that the world throws at us. So those are both sort of happening inside of me right now. I think what we can do is fund two-year colleges, historically Black colleges, because if we think about sort of what students and families are hearing, it's that you might not get into certain types of schools that would have been whatever choice they were. And so if we think about what that might do, students who might have normally, let's say, applied to the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, I don't know why I can't say it, I went to school there, maybe they apply to Chicago State, another equally great school, right? But Chicago State, and I don't know, President Scott's here, she's extremely brilliant. They don't receive the amount of resources that a University of Illinois at Urbana might have. And so if we think about following Black students and learners, we need to start supporting the institutions that have demonstrated a commitment to successfully, teaching and learning from them, but also getting them out. And so making those dollars better reflect that, I think, would be an important thing. I think, to Dom's point, bringing in families, I think families will play a crucial role in helping students really understand the translation of what that decree was, right? That decree was not that you can't talk about race in your applications. You absolutely can. You have to be thoughtful about how you tie that experience to characteristics that you think make you show up as a more thoughtful sort of learner, but you can absolutely use that experience. And so just equipping families and institutions with that knowledge. And then lastly, we need courageous institutions. We need institutions that say, we will do everything within the limits of the law to ensure that we maintain a diverse pipeline of students. And so if you look at schools like Brown, or there's maybe it's like Colorado College, they're doing some really transformational things that ensure that their students' pipeline is diverse, and it's still very much within the law, right? They're not doing anything illegal. So I think there's a space for innovation in that.
On the one hand, I feel like I should have gone first because I was going to make some similar points, but on the other hand, I would have made them much worse. So I think I made the right choice. No, I would just echo and amplify what Coffee said. For me, I think it is on some level about doubling down on the work that we already knew we needed to do. Part of the reason the Inclusive Economy Lab was really excited to partner with city colleges is because it is an accessible institution. It is an affordable institution. It is where so many first-generation, low-income students of color go. It is what college is for many of these students. And so it's important that we do everything we can to support the institutions that students of color are choosing. The same goes for HBCUs and driving more funding towards institutions that serve students of color. But it's also about all of that work about building partnerships with four-year institutions and strengthening and widening that bridge between two-year institutions and four-year institutions, right? We knew we needed to do that work before, but those pipelines are even more important now that other types of barriers have been thrown up, particularly at selective four-year institutions. So I think for me, it's on some level about, it's just sort of reinforcing existing priorities and about doubling down on things that we knew we needed to do.
Thank you. So, Coffee and Carmela, I think you bring up some really great points about how this actual termination of affirmative action actually has created areas of opportunity to double down on the work, for spaces that are already serving our Black learners. And I think this kind of moves us into the next part of our conversation, where we kind of consider the future of Black learners in higher education. But before we get to that, I think it's also important to really establish how the purpose of education has shifted through the years. So Dom, I want to turn to you for this one. So how do you perceive the evolution of educational goals for Black learners? And would you say that educational systems are actually meeting those evolving needs?
Yeah. So I don't think the goals have changed a ton, right? I'm going back to the inspiration of the panel that we just had before us. I think I heard a lot of the same things. You all shared amazing stories about the passions you wanted to explore, the opportunities that you wanted to get connected to, the community you were trying to find, on your. So you found that through CCC, and again, just really appreciate you sharing that. I think for me, I think we just have to be really hyper conscious right now of, in some ways, I think particularly for our Black learners, just what has been your relationship with education, particularly higher education. And I think, one thing that we do at the 2 and Through Project, right? We track attainment measures, percentages of students that are enrolling in college, completing, persisting. And, I think, we got to be really clear that Black college success has existed in Chicago public schools and in Chicago and city colleges and all of our institutions locally for decades, right? It does exist, right? It does happen. These pathways, are happening, but it's not happening for enough people, right? And I think, particularly from the access side, I kind of argue, for your average CPS student today, if you had a brother, cousin, sister, nephew, something, anything that went through this system recently ahead of you, it's more likely than not that they have a college experience, right? Now, they may not have graduated. They may have graduated and it may have been a negative experience. And so I think just there's a real opportunity for us to really just evaluate, right? What is that relationship that students have, that their families have had with this education system? And I think continue to just figure out, how can we, make sure fundamentally the best way to repair that relationship is to make sure it's working for the students that are choosing this pathway, right? So I think that's what we're trying to just really focus a lot of our time on. But again, it's focused towards the same goals, right? It's trying to make sure that this pathway can continue to be this path of economic mobility for students, and is, again, meeting the needs of what I think students are consistently asking they want out of this experience.
Yeah, I think just really highlighting what you said about how the goals haven't necessarily changed, but the way that we achieve those goals is what needs to be changed. So I want to actually turn to you, Carmelo or Coffee. I think in trying to figure out how we achieve those similar goals, a lot of conversations surround holistic supports. So I'd be really interested to hear about some of the work IEL is doing in relation to the holistic support work.
So this is something that Chancellor Salgado alluded to earlier, but the Inclusive Economy Lab has been working with a nonprofit organization based here in Chicago called 1 Million Degrees, and with city colleges for several years to understand how a holistic student support model can benefit students, whether it allows students to enroll, to persist, to graduate, and to achieve careers of choice at higher rates than if those supports weren't in place. We've seen through the long and brave research project that 1 Million Degrees took on, that those supports are really effective. But we've also learned some really unexpected things, like the timing of that offer really matters. And so City Colleges has really embraced those learnings. It's put its money where its mouth is, and is investing in the program. It is thoughtfully expanding the program and making it available, those types of supports available to all new students, college by college across the system. And I think, really importantly, it has invited us as partners to continue working with the district to understand where there are opportunities to improve the way that the supports are being rolled out, to document decisions that are being made along the way that might actually make the implementation better than originally envisioned, but that might also create problems, and is willing to sort of have that expansion evaluated so that we can all have confidence that the supports are delivering for students in the way that we hoped. And that last point I think is really important. Research is so often, to Dom's point, the quantitative data is I think what many researchers have focused on, and it can be really helpful for just understanding where there's room for improvement. But to understand what needs to change, you do need to talk to people who are running up against those barriers or trying to remove barriers. And you have to really be willing to continue doing the work of understanding whether the changes you're making are sort of yielding the results that you hope for. So often, I've been in this role now for 9 years, and I have seen so many places where the sort of nuts and bolts implementation and operational stuff gets in the way in ways that are like totally unexpected. And what this sector rewards is the press release. It doesn't necessarily reward the follow through. So I'm really excited by the fact that leaders at city colleges want to do that work and are willing to sort of be held accountable in that way. And I think we're just really excited to be along for the ride and to learn on the journey too.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
No, you said it beautifully, Carmelo. And just like the level of decision making that goes into all of it. Like it's been a breath of fresh air from things as basic as when is a stipend offered? How many activities is reasonable to ask a student to attend? Like these very seemingly small levers that absolutely impact whether people will show up for a program. And it's been really great to watch both sides, the city colleges and 1 Million Degrees, think about foregrounding the needs of students instead of sort of their own brands, if you will, and think about what it even means to merge those brands and have people from 1 Million Degrees have space in Olive Harvey. Like all of these ways that you see culture show up in this work that I think often isn't understood has been really great.
Thank you both. So as we've heard throughout this panel, you each really bring an invaluable perspective to this work of how we can support our Black learners. So with that, I think Carmelo and Kaki, you did a really great job of kind of sharing some of how the initiatives at IEL have been translated into institutional approaches. But Dom, I want to also hear from you with the work at 2 and Through and how that's influenced the ways that institutions work to be accountable to their Black learners.
I mean, fundamentally, our work at 2 and Through kind of revolves around, I think, a couple key principles. One, we can't change, when it comes to changing complex systems and decades of history, legacy of segregation in the city, it's a huge complex issue. We can't change what we can't see, right? So I think fundamentally just making sure that there is consistent opportunities for leaders at all levels, any adults that have the opportunity to affect student experiences, to be able to understand just first and foremost what is happening to students. And we do that through some of our resources like our publicly available milestones tool, right? That allows us to track CPS student outcomes and start to dig into student experiences at a elementary, high school, community level, right? And I think just trying to provide everybody with an entry point, no matter which way you contribute to this work, because no single organization or any one of us is fully responsible, right? We have to do this collaboratively, but making sure, again, folks have access to that information first and foremost. I think, again, the other piece that, I think we are really trying to dig into a little bit more, historically, and I think in the coming years is creating space and creating more opportunities to really think about how we can use data just as a tool, right? I think particularly at the higher ed level, we are really used to just thinking about data kind of as a threat, right? Because there are a lot of threats, right? There's competition, there's folks that don't believe we're doing the right work, and it can be really, really hard to put to be transparent in that way and kind of put that information out there. But I think we lose opportunities to really do learn from each other, right? One of my favorite parts about my job is I get to work with all different types of institutions, and consistently I just see amazing work, people that are deeply passionate about students trying their damnness to figure out, how can we make this system work better? And I think data allows us to have gives us a really important opportunity to, again, just understand what's working and what's not, right? Allows us to more quickly pivot if it's not working. And I think what I'm excited about continuing to try to work with all of us to help do is, making sure that we have access to that data so that we can learn from each other more clearly, right? And more quickly, because again, these aren't necessarily just institutional problems, right? These are institutions that are working within a larger context, and there's a lot of similar challenges I think we're seeing throughout the city and throughout the state.
Thank you. And we, of course, I think you all did a great job of listing a lot of the successes that have come from the work. But we also know that those successes don't come without challenge, and maybe even sometimes pushback from the partners after hearing some of the findings. So Carmelo, can you share some of those challenges that you've encountered in translating that research into actionable strategies? And what lessons have you learned from a lot of this work?
I don't know that we've encountered a lot of pushback necessarily. I mean, I think there's in my experience, been a remarkable level of openness to bad news, frankly, and areas for opportunity in the learning journey that we've been taking together. But there have been surprises, certainly. Institutions are complex, and sometimes people don't like their jobs being changed, and sometimes people are super busy and haven't had the time or the support to articulate their questions or concerns in ways that make sense or can be addressed, right? And so I would say some of the things that maybe have been surprises for me or have been unexpected learning opportunities have related to one, again, I feel like I keep referring back to your prior comments, right? But data doesn't change anything on its own, right? It's the people, institutions are made up of people, and people need to change what they're doing. And so, we've adapted how we approach the work at times, right? Building an advisory committee that includes faculty who are deeply skeptical of changes to course placement policies, right? And inviting them into the conversation and giving them time and space to articulate their concerns in ways that can be addressed, I think was something new, right? And I don't know that we convinced every last person, frankly, in the course of that process, but I do think it was helpful. And ultimately did support changes to placement policies that ultimately had their goal as improved outcomes for students of color. I would say also, I think again, kind of referring back to the earlier comment about the importance of operational excellence and just how things are implemented. I think I've seen the best program, if it requires 12 steps to sign up for it, and at the end of the day, only 5% of eligible students take it, is not really going to get us to where we want to go on a time horizon that's acceptable, right? But taking that 12 steps and taking it down to 2, right, and raising awareness so that more than 5% of students are signing up for something, that's really hard work, and it's often requires a lot of different things to change, right? So I would say those would be the things that I would highlight, right? Are the importance of inviting people into the conversation, and sometimes doing that really intensive work, and then really focusing on kind of the sort of nuts and bolts of what it takes to make these changes really stick and reach as many students as we all hope.
I think I'll just add, I think similarly, I think I've always been pleasantly surprised in a lot of ways of particularly institutions just being open to having tough conversations, right? Again, people care about this work, and it's not always easy to kind of see that something is not working or that the results are not aligning with the goals that we have as an institution or what we're hearing from students. But I think a couple of things that have helped that, right, is really trying to show up in true partnership. One thing that we do and our colleagues at the consortium do is we have a policy of no surprises, right? Of trying, it doesn't mean the message is going to change, right? But trying to make sure that we are really showing up in partnership to make sure that partners like CPS or our other partners get an opportunity to see this, right, and get to really internalize it as well. I think the other piece that, you know, just is really important is I think just trying to have consistency and making sure that we are also just continuing to show up, and not just in the moments where we're releasing a big report to talk about what's happening, but really try to the best of our abilities, get outside of our institutions, talk with partners, really try to see and feel the work. And, you know, I think that goes a long way in, you know, really trying to make sure that institutions that are receiving the research or receiving the data really understand that you are doing this in true partnership, right? That we have shared goals. I'm going to borrow a term from my colleague that I use all the time, a colleague at CPS, of we're showing up with strategy, not shame, right? That's a Jenny Z-ism that I've been throwing around the city. But really that's the work, right? Is trying to make sure that we can kind of break ourselves out of just having to be reactive to it, but really start to see how can we take this information as a tool, try to make sure that recognize where our values align, our interests are aligning, and trying to partner together to figure out what we're going to do about it.
Yeah, and I think that relationship building piece that you all discussed is the most crucial to this work, and really allows us to kind of co-design the programs and the policies that we're seeking to change. So before we wrap up, I think it'd be fitting to look ahead and envision the future of higher education. So this last question is for all of you. So considering some of the surprises, as Carmelo said, and the opportunities that we've discussed today, how do you envision the future of higher education in fostering inclusivity and equity for Black learners? And what steps would you say institutions can take to realize this vision?
All right, I'll start. I'll be quick. I think for me, it will always start with never locating the challenge or the problem within the individual student. If the same student can go to one institution and graduate in 2 years or 4 years, but they can't at another, like that for me is an institutional level thing that we'll need to pay attention to. Second, I would say incentivizing supporting Black learners. How do you tie tenure packages, promotions, resources to people who are successful? I'm gonna guess there's probably a lot of Black women doing a lot of work out there on this topic just out of the kindness of their hearts.
That's the best Black persistence strategy that we have is Black women.
Yeah, just highlight that, uplift that, recognize that. I think personally, uplifting people who have been successful removes it from being an individual thing to thinking institutionally. So those would be my two pieces.
Carmelo?
I mean, I don't know. Predicting the future is not good from a data side sometimes. So, but I think I have a lot of hopes, right? And you know, I think one of my biggest hopes is that that the experiences that we heard today is consistent for more people. You know, I think fundamentally that's the hardest thing about this work is we're trying to build as individualized supports for many students as possible. And I'm really encouraged by the fact that, we're establishing this culture of using data to try to rein in that complexity, to try to understand more quickly how do we refocus our resources, our time, our people, our energy around places where we feel like, we can have an impact. And I think I'd say the other piece of that too, right, is just recognizing that it took a long time for us to get here to be able to say really clearly that, equity involves sometimes it's going to need different supports for different people. We're trying to solve for different experiences. And I think we got to be really clear that, that's under attack in a lot of ways right now nationally. I feel very fortunate that we don't have to fight exactly the same fights here right now, but I think not losing sight of that, right? Making sure that we don't take that for granted, making sure that, again, we have the data so that you can explain it away, that our system is affecting different students differently. And so, I think just making sure that we, keep that energy going, keep that opportunity to kind of keep our eye on the successes. Because again, success is happening. And I think one of the things that makes me the most hopeful is that this work it has like lagging indicators, right? It takes time for you to see the payoff of persistence programs, of new financing opportunities for students, right? But in the last just 10 years, there's been so much. Just from my personal perspective, I've seen so much work on the access side, on the institutional side, that I'm just really, really, really excited to see some of that start to pay off. And I think we're already starting to see that progress. So, I think part of our work is just to make sure that we're continuing to make sure that we can all see it, make sure that it's consistent, and we keep an eye on the work that still needs to happen.
I would just echo Dom's point. Honestly, today makes me hopeful for the future. It does not, my partner is a professor, and so I pay even more attention to sort of what's going on in other parts of the country and discussions around equity in higher ed, maybe than the average person. And the speed and ferocity of the backlash happening in other parts of the country to discussions of racial equity, I don't know, I was not prepared for. But I don't feel like the conversation here in Chicago has changed that much the last 2 years, and that makes me proud as a Chicagoan, makes me hopeful for the future. And I think we have an opportunity here to demonstrate what continuing to have brave conversations and explicitly talking about structural racism and directly addressing these issues can yield. And I am hopeful that the work we do here in Chicago can be an example for other places, I guess.
Well, thank you all. So that about wraps this panel. Just please give it up for all of our panelists today. Thank you.
And please give it up for Courtney for moderating the panel. It's not an easy job.
So it really has been a pleasure to share this stage with you all today, and I think you did a great job of really showing institutions how they can create a roadmap toward inclusivity and equitable educational environments for our Black learners. So thank you all so much.
All right. Thank you, IEL. All right. So I have probably one of the announcements that you all have been waiting all day to hear. I have the lunch logistics. All right. So when we break for lunch, those with dietary restrictions are going to be able to go out first, and those meals will be off to the side. And it's going to be 2 lines, so it should go a little bit quick. But before we break for lunch, we're going to have one more presenter. We're going to have, first of all, page 9 is where you're able to reflect on the session, the great session we just heard from Inclusive Economy Lab. And then after that, we're going to have a brief survey from Francesca Carpenter. She's the Director of Equity Initiatives at Achieving a Dream. And then we're going to go to lunch and come back at 1:15. All right, Francesca.
Hello, everyone. So it's me and lunch, huh? I'm gonna be quick. Again, my name is Francesca Carpenter, and I serve as the Director of Equity Initiatives at Achieving the Dream. So, during Dr. Stout's remarks, she mentioned the Alliance for Black Learner Excellence and the planning phase that we are in right now with funding from the ECMC Foundation. Now, during the planning grant phase, we're developing resources and content that will best support all of you. So, just as our King Joseph Rice alluded to earlier, individualized support is extremely important. And so in order to craft and develop individualized support for Black learners, we have on your tables a QR code, which includes a survey. Now, Your input is essential as we build out the content that students that you serve can benefit from. So if you can take some time to just answer some of these questions, they're very specific. What are things that you are doing at your institution or within your organization to support Black learners? What is not working? What would you like more support on or with? Okay, so again, thank you very much for your time. I look forward to all of these responses rolling in today. So now I think you're off to lunch. Have a good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. So as we wrap up our lunch, I am going to introduce the president of this college that we're at, Malcolm X College, President David Sanders. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes.
Well, good afternoon. Y'all must be still eating. All right. Well, on today, we want to start by showing you a video of our study abroad program that represents our attempts to address our Black learners here at Malcolm X College. Back in the fall of 2021, we were looking at our retention data, and our retention data for the entire college was 72%. But when we disaggregated the data, which is what ATD always tells you to do, we began to see that our African American male students were operating at a 57% clip. And we felt that that needed to be addressed right away. So we started an African American male mentoring program where we partnered two students, excuse me, with 20 male administrators, staff, and faculty members, excuse me, and had a conference for them, had allowed them to access us 24 hours a day for the entire semester. Thank you. And at the end of one semester, and of course tracking into the next semester, the retention rate for the students in the cohort was 93%. So we wrote it up, and Congressman Davis saw it and gave us a $1 million earmark to support a study abroad program and a partnership with the Black Fire Brigade to create an additional pathway for students to go into our EMT and paramedic program. And we started the study abroad program because while we were talking to the students, they were telling us that they didn't know who they were, that society was defining for them who they were, and in many cases, they didn't understand. In fact, there was a young man who was in the group who became extremely emotional. He said he was in a classroom and the instructor, it wasn't one of ours, none of yours either, but the instructor in the classroom was selecting people to answer questions and never selected him. And he said, why is she selecting people and all of them don't look like me? Why is she not selecting me? What's wrong with me? She doesn't know me. She doesn't know where I come from. Why is she not selecting me? And tears began to stream down his eyes. And of course, the men went to rally to him. And so what we decided to do was to allow the students to know where they came from so that they could understand their identity. So we bought 23andMe, and every single student had the opportunity to see their DNA, to see where they came from. It wasn't mandatory for them to use it, but we we provided it. And once the first group saw it and they got the information back, then everybody said, I want it. And we then, when we set up the study abroad program to the continent of Africa, and we went to 5 countries, well, we're still going, to 5 countries in Africa, every place we went, we aligned their tribes with where they came from so that they would go back to their ancestral roots and be able to know that they came from kings and queens and they're able to do anything. There's nothing impossible for them. So what you're going to see today, and this is just a clip that came from Channel 7 that highlighted the program. It is not the pictures from the continent. Y'all have to come back because we have some pictures then that you can see of all of the journeys that our students took. But we want to show you that clip from Channel 7. I think it was very enlightening. In fact, we were having challenges in getting students to go because they assumed that it would not happen. They said that people are always promising things to them, but they never deliver. And the moment they saw the clip, we had 7 people going to Ghana, 7 went to 21 in one day. So it matters. What we do matters. Are we ready to show the clip?
With their luggage in tow, students from City Colleges of Chicago are about to embark on a trip they'll likely never forget.
I'm positive that they will have a paradigm shifting kind of experience.
A group of more than a dozen students, all black men, are traveling to South Africa today with a team of Chicago City Colleges leaders. This is the first trip of its kind for City Colleges.
It became really evident that many of our students said they just didn't know who they were.
David Sanders is the president of Malcolm X College.
My hope is that they find themselves, that they really understand the power that they have within themselves.
The trip is especially meaningful for Mario Scott and his son Miles.
I felt like it was going to be a good experience for me to learn, based on African history and learn a little bit more.
Both are students at Malcolm X.
It's an experience of a lifetime. I think families should go, especially when you're trying to reconnect and find your roots.
Others, like Harold Washington student Brandon Smith, hope to return home from South Africa with an increased appreciation for his cultural roots.
I look forward to using this information to let my partner know more about, where my family comes from. Looking forward to telling my daughter about where I came from.
Not a single student had to pay a dime to make this trip a reality. It's all covered by a $1 million grant secured by Congressman Danny Davis. He released a statement on the trip, writing in part, quote, "Exposure to different countries, cultures, and realities enriches students' perspectives and fosters a deeper understanding of neighboring and global interconnectedness. We are all citizens of the world." This group from City Colleges of Chicago will spend over a week in South Africa. Now, that big grant is also paying for additional trips to the continent later this spring. Their students will visit Rwanda, Kenya, Tanzania, and more.
I do want to acknowledge first the Chancellor for allowing us to have this program and supporting us 1,000% in it, because having leadership really does matter. So if you would give him a hand, stop it. And I also want to acknowledge the presidents, because we opened it up for our sister colleges to attend, and they rallied behind the program. So presidents, I know you're getting ready to come up here, but if y'all would stand up and let the people see you. They all supported the program. David Potes is not here, but he was a wonderful supporter. And I want to tell you that since we started the program, one of the universities, I'm not going to tell you who it is because I'm going to get in trouble, has decided that they want their students to go with us on future trips because they don't have anything like this, and felt that it was a worthwhile adventure for their students. So I think it's something that resonates. By the way, we had a black male listening tour. 60% of the students said this is exactly what they needed to help them to be successful. So, thank you.
Thank you, President Sanders. Amazing work happening. So, we're back from lunch, and we're coming to the second half of our day, the closing of our day. So, an African-American singer, songwriter, and record producer by the name of Erykah Badu said, "What a day, what a day." Bill Withers said, "What a lovely day." And Ice Cube said, "Today was a good day," right? We had a very informative morning, and I know that we're going to have even an equally informative afternoon. Before I introduce our next speaker, I would like to acknowledge Dr. Avis Proctor, the president of Harper College. Could we give her a round of applause? Can you stand up? Dr. Proctor, thank you for being here with us today. So we just watched a video of some work done by our senior leadership, and we can get a chance to see what happens at the macro level to support our Black learners. We heard some national data earlier, we heard from our students, and we heard from some researchers. Now, we will hear from a powerhouse who is no stranger to this city. She is a well-known advocate for equity in higher education and is the current president of Chicago State University. Let's give her a hand clap as President Z. Scott approaches the stage.
Thank you for that warm welcome. You know, it's right after lunch, so I'm competing with the itis. But I want to first thank Chancellor Salgado for inviting me here today. He is indeed a true champion for the work that you are diving into today. And I want to thank you for having me here today. I do have perspectives on what I want to talk about this afternoon. Some of them, like people say when they make speeches, the perspectives you're about to hear are my own. But I want to say these are the perspectives I give today are going to be those of our institution and how we go about doing our work. I want to thank Harper College, entire college, for being here. I don't know who's in the parking booth or who's doing anything over there, because it looks like they brought the entire system with them. And this is what we are talking about. We're talking not just about the president's work. We're talking about the work of all the people that live with you every day when you come to your job as president or chancellor or any other position on a college campus. If you're talking about how you're going to elevate your students, particularly elevate your Black students, it's everybody's job and not just the job of your leaders. I want to talk a little bit about Chicago State, just to kind of level set on what the conversation is going to be about. My short conversation this afternoon. We are the oldest public university in the Chicagoland area. We were founded in 1867. We now sit on the far southeast side of Chicago on 95th and King Drive, and there you can find me every day. We are Illinois' only four-year U.S. Department of Education predominantly Black institution. People always mistake Chicago State for being an HBCU. We have another federal designation, and that is as a PBI, or predominantly Black institution. PBIs can be both four-year institutions and community colleges, and within the Chicago Community College system, you do have PBIs, and that includes Malcolm X, Olive Harvey, and Kennedy King. The concept of a PBI uses a lot of deficit language. The students who are within our institutions have to be, at least 50% of them have to be low income or first generation students. And your capacity as a student based on a calculation at DOE is low. So that means that you have a fragile student population, and your ability to really work with that population to make sure that they're retained and graduate is low. So that would probably be a lot of universities in this country, but according to the Department of Education's calculations, there are about 67 PBIs across the country and Chicago State is one of those. I think it is really important that we take the time to elevate a conversation about what's going on with our Black learners. And I wish I could tell you right now from this stage, the news is good in Illinois. It's not. It's not. In the past 10 years, the rate at which Black students are going to college in this state has dropped 37%. And if you just sit with that for a moment, you ask yourself, what does it mean? What does it mean when students are no longer choosing college? And what are we, as people who care about people, Black people, what are we doing about it? And I would say that it is a unique time in higher education. Most people would say people don't care about college anymore. They don't want to go. There are other options. One person came to me and said, I need your students in my factory. So I was supposed to stop the education process and send them to the factory line. But you have to ask yourself, who's having that conversation? Do you think they're at the University of Chicago Laboratory School and saying to the students, college is not an option? People are not choosing college right now. That conversation's not going on there. They're bringing that conversation to us to return us to the field. And that is not where we want our children or our people to go. So I want to talk to you about what's happening with our students also is that when parents are making decisions about what to do in our public schools that are funded by public dollars, they're not choosing Illinois, right? They're saying anywhere but Illinois. But you know that we're in the top, number 2 in the nation in out-migration of our students who are graduating from high school. And if a student leaves this state, they're 70% less likely to return. So that's what's happening in Illinois. I want to talk a little bit about Chicago State. If you look at our faculty, you will be impressed, because I am every day. 73% of them identify as ethnic minorities. And they're teaching in every discipline, history, chemistry, biology, and education. So our students are seeing people that look like them. We often, when people join us as administrators and faculty, we say, welcome to the Chicago State family. Because we want to create a sense of belonging on our campus to counter the narrative that you cannot make it here because it is a college. Most of our students who come to us are coming from Tier 1 institutions. That means they are coming from high schools that are furthest away from adequacy based on a state formula. And they have been told, many of them, that they can't learn. So when I came to Chicago State, I said to our administrators, let's start digging into the data. Let's go. And we looked at the data and we saw graduation rates and retention rates that were low. So we had to figure out why. So we started a student success task force. And when you're a low resource, you got to figure out, if I don't have an institutional research function with 20 people, then I got to figure out who does and go see them. So you know who had been funded was Georgia State. They had received significant grants on what does it take to access and retain students. So I sent a group down to Georgia State. Go take advantage of their learnings. So they went down and we learned that there are about 80 different statistics that can indicate a student will not be returned. And they had put together an intentional advising model. And they brought back to Chicago. And a funder was waiting and said, we will train your advisors in intensive advising. So then I heard about Wayne State. I said, well, that's the Midwest. That's an urban area for sure. Let me send my student success team to Wayne State and see what they can learn from them, because they had seen significant results in retention and graduation. And we learned from them. And then we came back and we took our learnings and combined them and created what we call Cougar Commitment. And it's not just what do we do once you access us. It's also what we do before you're thinking about college. Because the student who is least likely to have a pre-college experience in this country are Black students. And we started looking at the college going rates of the high schools around us. Some were as low as 27%. That's what's happening in our schools. So it's time for us to hit the streets, because let me tell you something. Educating people is a ground game. You cannot do it from your office. And if you have met with me, raise your hand. How many of you all have met with me? Those who don't raise their hand, I'm coming. Because let me tell you something. I am in the ground game. And so we started looking at Cougar Commitment and said, we got to reach our students. Here we are, low resource, no resource. That means we have to have dual enrollment. We got to have camps on our campus. So they come to Chicago State as early as 5 and going up to high school. The babies are on our campus, walking with our students, learning how to be on a college campus. And for dual enrollment, it's free. To our juniors and seniors, it's free. And here's what free means. That means nobody's paying for anything, really. It is free. But the schools sometimes supply the books. And here's what we learned when we started dual enrollment. Some students struggle with food. That means sometimes when students come to our campus for classes, we are feeding them. We are taking packaged food so they can eat. Sometimes it means that we are sending our bus to pick them up and make sure they get there. And we went from 3 students in dual enrollment to 120. We are servicing 20 different high schools. And we have dual credit now in 3 high schools. That's our program. And when you do things like this, that means you had to hire people. So we went from no coordinator to now having a dual enrollment coordinator who goes in and out of our high schools. But we're trying to make it possible. And in our dual credit program, I'm just trying to tell you something. We are in a high school that's blocks from us. And I saw that rate of going to college go from 47 to 37% after COVID. And so the students who attended our class taught by our professor inside of the school, all of them passed in the fall and in the spring, and 100% of them went to college. So you look at the services you provide and say, are your services making it so the students can really move through? President Sanders introduced me to his food pantry and his wellness center and his yoga studio. I'm like, oh, this looks so good. If I just had a truck outside. But you know, now, President Sanders, we have a food pantry. We have a clothing closet. And we have a wellness initiative that says that when we are sitting in a zip code that sees some of the worst health outcomes and mortality definitions in this city, we have to have a wellness strategy on our campus. That means that it's not that you go to make sure you got your shots. That means you're going to learn about high blood pressure. You're going to learn about diabetes. We have a public health strategy to keep our students well. And then you have to look at whether it's the role of philanthropy. Philanthropy comes in all shapes and sizes. And when people approach you, sometimes it's not just approaching you about money. If anybody knows, Chicago State has a new brand. You see that brand? When I first started at Chicago State, a friend of mine from college called me and said, let's talk. I hear you got a new job. Let's start now. Because you're going to need a refresh and a rebrand, and that organization called Leo Burnett worked with us for a year and a half at no cost and developed a new brand, a new rallying cry. Ever in motion, that's us. Passion in motion, that's us. And they did it at no cost. And we are grateful for that. Grateful. And Leo Burnett didn't just walk out after they put up the brand and they stood us up. They said, you know, we have a problem finding talent and diverse talent. Let us teach one inside of one of your classrooms. So they went over to arts and sciences and assigned themselves and inserted a boot camp in one of our advertising classes. Now students are taking their 12 weeks with us. These students then go from the 12-week course to an internships, and they have an opportunity for a full-time job. That's sticking with you. And then they engaged another one of their segments of the building. This is Publicis, a global company. Spark Foundry said, well, they're teaching, we want to teach. Now they have a 16-week digital media course. And our students, they're sticking with us because we not only have diversity, we have talent. So that's breaking the narrative of how people perceive you. Now I want to talk a little bit about our PBI status. You know, everybody is not quite clear on what it means to be a PBI. And I know that our PBIs in the room spend a bit of time trying to convince everybody what it means to be a PBI. So Chicago State started a national advocacy campaign to acquaint our federal legislators with who we are and who we serve. Because PBIs are serving about 310,000 students across the country, more Black students in HBCUs. But our funding lines don't mirror the work that we are doing. So we went to Congress, and your presidents in this room went with Chicago State. And our national coalition is now up to about 21 different institutions. And after our first year of advocacy, we saw a 22% increase in the funding lines for PBIs. And this is little old Chicago State. But I want to also say to you that Congressman Davis was one of the original architects of the PBI legislation, alongside of then Senator Barack Obama. They got it passed in the House and in the Senate. And now Congressman Davis, with the help of Congressman Kelly and Congressman Jackson and a congresswoman from New York, have started a PBI caucus in the House. So that now we have on-the-ground support for our work. And that's what it takes, people. It takes groundwork, letting people know that we exist and who we are. And because of this work, the federal legislators and the federal appointees started to come to Chicago State. It started with the Secretary of Education. I got a call saying Secretary Cardona wants to visit Chicago State and find out how you went through the pandemic. He said, I'm coming and I'm bringing the Surgeon General of the United States. I'm like, okay. So they came, they sat down, they talked to students, they engaged. They wanted to know about Black excellence. So then after the Surgeon General left, the Undersecretary of the Department of Energy wanted to visit to make a national announcement on a climate change grant that we were going to participate in. Okay, she can come. All right. So she came, and she brought the head of Argonne Labs with her. $25 million grant for Illinois, but a $66 million grant for our country in climate change. Important. We have climate change instruments on our campus now. Then the Undersecretary of the UN said, I'm going to come and visit Chicago State. She came. Then one of the Joint Chiefs from the Pentagon wanted to come. He came to visit. At that point, I said, okay. I literally said, why are you here? He said, they told me this was a place to visit. If you want to see what's going on in educating the underserved and Black students, that's who we are. It is a place to visit and learn. And what are we doing with our learning? We've started 2 centers on our campus. Illinois Center for Education Equity. That center was born out of a project that lasted almost a year, looking at the experience of the Black learner in Illinois. About 45 corporate leaders, faith leaders, community organizations, philanthropic leaders came and sat with us, including your own chancellor, looking at our work to try to determine what could we do. And as a result, we started our Illinois Center for Education Equity. But inside of that, we started looking at the experience of our students as they exit with a college degree. I don't care where you went to college. If you are a Black college graduate, the data on you is not great when it comes to your opportunities for employment with that degree. You will likely make less, and you will be retained and not be retained in that job. And you know who the people are who are on the ground trying to help retain our Black learners are members of the Black employee resource groups inside of these institutions. It is not their job. They are not doing work they're being paid to do or recognized for doing, but they are trying to save our Black students when they enter their institutions with a degree. And we're trying to disrupt that through our Center for Workforce Equity. We're working on it right now. We have a design, and we're going to be standing it up soon. So I want to tell you that while the news of what is happening for Black people is sometimes not good, we are still here. You cannot count us out. And those of you in the room are champions for who we are and what we have to offer our country. So I want you to do one thing for me: stay in the game. Thank you.
Thank you again, President Z. Scott, and thank you for sharing your perspective from a 4-year PBI. As a reminder, don't forget to fill out the Real Solutions worksheet. I believe we have one more to go. As mentioned several times today, representation matters. So this next panel of college presidents are coming from the City Colleges of Chicago, and the moderator is going to be Dr. Kofi Moraney Patterson. First, we have President Dr. Kimberly Hollingsworth from Olive Harvey College. Next, we have Dr. Katanja Webb Walker from Kennedy King. Dr. Sean Jackson, President D. Truman College. And the man of the house, David Sanders, President of Malcolm X College.
Okay, it's working. Back again. I feel so unfortunate that I had to go after the student panel the last round. Now I have to go after President Scott, who's extraordinary. It's just a lot to live up to. But I'm really excited to moderate this panel. And it's in many ways sort of a story of personal journeys to this role. I'm not a college president myself, but I've had many amazing conversations with President Scott. It feels like it is a role of mixed emotions. I think you get, when I saw President Hollingsworth crying, as you should have earlier today, with the love that was pouring in, you sort of get that recognition from students, but I think you also have to have hard conversations about enrollment decline and stuff like that. So I think this is a nice way to get to know more about your personal stories, and understand more about how you got to the role. So each of the panels today is sort of side by side with a symbol, if you will, for the program. And the symbol for this one is the Adinkra symbol, which fittingly is related to dynamism and versatility in life's journey. If you could each briefly share your path to this role and some of the obstacles you overcame to land in the presidency. We can start with you, President Hollingsworth.
So good afternoon. I first want to acknowledge our students. Like when we talk about our why, the vice president and I talk about this all the time. They are our why, and they made that very apparent during the panel. So I just really would like to give them another round of applause. And so I grew up in East St. Louis, Illinois. I am not a Chicagoan. I don't know if you all know much about East St. Louis, but it is definitely not a place where you think about a college president coming from, right? So, I grew up really poor, parents who never attended college. And so college was never first of mind for me. I always thought about going to the Marines like that. I really wanted to be a Marine. But my father, who was a Vietnam vet, had other thoughts. He was like, no, you gotta go to college. So, well, fast forward, I did go to college. I graduated from Eastern Illinois University, and that's where I landed my first job in the admissions arena. And I started off in an MBA program. I was like, you know what, when I grow up, I'm going to be a financial consultant. But as I interacted with more students, particularly with students in the Chicagoland area, I learned really quickly that my passion was really drawn to education. I finished up at Eastern in admissions and then went on to DePaul University, which at the time was the largest Jesuit institution. And I had a really great experience at DePaul as a transfer coordinator, but the values of DePaul did not necessarily align with my personal values or my professional values. I won't share a story, but I learned really quickly also that, my passion was really in community college education. I had been working closely with the city colleges as the admissions rep at DePaul, was asked to join the team at Harold Washington College in 1999 as the transfer center director. What's up to transfer center directors? Yes. I stayed at Harold Washington for 5 years before moving on to become an assistant dean of advising and students at Richard J. Daley College. I was there for 3 years. Had an opportunity to attend a women's conference in California where I had the great pleasure of meeting President Emeritus Ziri Campbell, who said, hey, look, she was the president at Malcolm X College. She was like, well, what are you trying to do, long term? I was like, no, I kind of want to stay in student services, but the instructional side does kind of interest me. So she said, hey, look, we have a Dean of Continuing Education position open at Malcolm X College. Maybe you should consider that. I did. I transitioned to the role of Dean of Continuing Education. I served in that role for 3 months because at the time, Malcolm X College was in the process of their reaffirmation visit. And I had significant experience in the student services arena, and I was asked to step into the Dean of Students role. Well, you never tell Ziri Campbell no, and I therefore sat in the Dean of Students role for another 5 years before someone had a lot of confidence in my abilities, who knew that I wanted to branch over into the instructional side and said, hey, do you want to apply for the Dean of Instruction position that became available? And I applied for that position, was successful, subsequently became the Vice President of Academic and Student Affairs, and to my current position here of President. And I just have to say, when you talk about barriers to, becoming a president, I don't think that I had some of the same barriers that my colleagues may have faced because I had a long-standing tenure here at city colleges, and I felt really supported. I had a chancellor who was confident in my abilities to lead Olive Harvey College, and that was really helpful. One of the most sage pieces of advice that he told me when I first started, he was like, look, he didn't really say this, but this is what he was really saying. Like, I'm a Hispanic man, you're a Black woman, you need to align yourself with mentors that look like you. He said, I need you to go and meet 3 people. I don't know if you remember this, Chancellor. I need you to go visit President Scott at Chicago State, Melinda Kelly at Chatham Business Association, and Joyce Chapman with the CAT, God rest her So, and that was the best advice that he could have ever given me. And so, you know, without those mentors, I think that I probably would have faced a lot more barriers, and just really thankful to President Scott for being there during this transition. To President.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my story actually is quite similar to President Hollingsworth. I grew up in Burlington, New Jersey, not a native Chicagoan, but I've been here, New Jersey, been here long enough that Chicago is my adopted home at this point. But I honestly, I really should never have gone to college. I was raised a Jehovah's Witness, and back in the 80s, 70s, when I was growing up, Jehovah's Witness kids didn't go to college. And certainly not the girls. We were told to engage in the full-time ministry, get married, let a man take care of you, and that's it, have some babies. So first generation in my family to go to college. My parents were, you know, they were sort of indifferent about the whole college experience. I think my saving grace was that my father was not a Jehovah's Witness, and so he was a little more supportive of the concept than my mother was. So I had fantastic guidance counselors. There was one in particular, Mr. Benny Barnes. I can still smell his Jerry curl juice in my nostrils. Mr. Barnes wasn't my guidance counselor, but somehow he took an affinity to me and he took me under his wing. And he said, "You're going to college. You're way too smart not to go to college." I always somehow tested very well, so my SAT scores were good. I was a nerd. I was a good student, so the grades were good. And I ended up attending Harvard University. Again, first generation kid from Burlington, New Jersey, at an Ivy League institution right outside of Boston. My experience was difficult, to say the least. I'll just use that word, because the transition was something that I had never anticipated, and I didn't have that ready support system. Many folks who go to Harvard, they've got parents who've gone to Harvard, they've got parents who've gone to college at minimum. And so when they encountered obstacles, they had the people to call, they had the support. And for me, when I got there and I realized that I needed help, there was a great sense of shame. You know, not only did I not know who to turn to, but I felt like it would be an admission that I didn't really belong there. And so I struggled, and somehow I muddled through. I was able to get it together. I was able to adopt some study skills and ultimately able to make friends and learn the importance of study groups and engage my peers' support. And I learned that office hours were actually something that you should go to. It didn't mean that they were working in the office and stay away. So I was able to get some support from my faculty members. But for me, it set something in my belly, and I said, I don't want other students to have to go through this, because I struggled unnecessarily. And the mental toll and the bandwidth that it takes on somebody like me to not only engage in really, really rigorous academic work, but to deal with all of the social things that come along with going to college, it set me in motion. Thought I was going to be a lawyer. At the last minute, I pivoted, and instead of applying to law school, I applied to graduate programs in education, partly because I served as a tutor in the New York City public school system, which is where I went after I graduated from college. And I said, this is it. This is it. And so my work has always been centered in spaces that prepared Black and brown students for the college-going experience. I've done that from the nonprofit lens. I've done it from the K-12 lens. I've done it from the undergraduate lens, as well as from the graduate school lens. And so, much like President Hollingsworth, my initial interaction with the City Colleges of Chicago was in my work as the inaugural executive director of the Illinois Education Foundation, which is now 1 million degrees. I was in a meeting with President Zeri Campbell at the time. Had a very similar conversation with her that President Hollingsworth had. She said, "So, have you ever thought about working for the City Colleges of Chicago? Because I have a Dean of Continuing Education position." Unbeknownst to me, Kimberly had just moved into the Dean of Students, and so I got her old job. So came to City Colleges. I was at Malcolm X College for a couple of years before transitioning to Kennedy King as their Dean of CE. There was a new president there who needed somebody who was building a team, and he needed somebody who was a proven entity. And then advanced into the interim vice president of academic and student affairs role at KKC before, I don't know if you all know about a whole lot of stuff that happened at the City Colleges, reinvention, and there was a little divergence of of alignment. So when you're working for a mission-driven organization, you're there because you really believe in what the organization is doing and what it's all about. And so I took a hiatus. I worked at UIC as the associate director of the Center for Urban Ed Leadership, where we trained school leaders. Was there for 7 years, and then I couldn't stay away from the city colleges. By that point, there was a new leader, Chancellor Salgado, and I got to understand his vision and what he was doing at CCC. Reconnected with an old colleague, President David Sanders, who was now at Malcolm X College, and returned as the VP of Institutional Effectiveness at Malcolm X, then transitioned into the VP of Academic and Student Affairs, and then one day got a call from Chancellor Salgado, who I have a great deal of respect for because he's very into succession planning and leadership development and making sure that we're cultivating leadership from within. And he said, you know, and I know he's had this conversation with other VPs, he said, so have you ever thought about becoming a president? I said, maybe, you know, in a couple of years. And he said, well, what about Friday? And so there was, and so I said, okay, I'm there. And so I ended up at Kennedy King College as interim president, and you know, got there and really was able to re-engage and reattach to faculty members who I had left 10 years before. And it was a homecoming, and I'm grateful to be able to say that I'm now the permanent president at Kennedy King and plan to be there for many years to come. And that's why I'm here, because every day I look and I see students who are like me, students like Joseph, who had me in tears at the table not too long ago. And like I look at him and I see me and I see my siblings and I see my cousins, and that's what keeps us here. None of us do this work for the money. None of us are getting rich for doing this. We're here because we are committed to what the City Colleges of Chicago is all about, and because we want to make it a better place for our Black students to be. And so that's what gets me up in the morning. And I know I have talked for a long time, so I'm going to pass the mic to President Jackson.
My story is a little different. I'm not from Malcolm X, so let me start by saying that. I feel like this was a setup for real, but I'm not even gonna get into that. I'm from Chicago. I tell people I'm from out west. Represent. Yeah, thank you. The 60651, Austin, represent. What's crazy, my upbringing was different. I had two parents that were teachers. One taught at Resurrection, you know, where Isaiah Thomas went, no longer there, parochial school. My dad taught in Cabrini Green. And they ain't play. That's the reality of it. So I lived this kind of duality life, if you will, where in my household, you know, I'm sitting there doing homework, speaking the King's English and all of that, but that's not gonna get me able to survive on these West Side streets. So a lot of my younger life was suppressing my intelligence because it just wasn't gonna work, right? So it's interesting, I go through my academic career, whatever, and I played basketball, and just like, you know, many Black male students, you know, sports is our way out, right? And regardless of what opportunities I had, I was going to the league. You couldn't tell me I wasn't going to the league, right? Well, I ain't in the league. But what happened was when my basketball career kind of ended, and it was, you know, mid-college, if you will, I left school, just stopped going, and did everything that you could think of under the sun. I was a cable man for a minute till they started shooting at the van. Yep, you didn't know that about me, a little trivia for you. Furniture moving, not gonna name the place that I worked, but not the nicest place to be. I did everything I could to stay away from education and ended up being a science teacher. It's the craziest thing ever, right? And blessed to have had the opportunity to end up being a science teacher in the very neighborhood I come from, Austin, right? And what's crazy is I'm a graduate of Northeastern Illinois, and the only reason I went to Northeastern Illinois is because they lost their basketball team. So I didn't have the pressure of people saying, what happened to him? Oh, we ain't got no squad, dog. We ain't got no squad. Okay. So I'm able to teach in Austin, and ended up being an assistant principal and principal in that space because people believed in me. I didn't see any of this for myself. But what was crazy, one of the challenges at that time is I was leading a school building of individuals that may not have had a two-parent home, or more importantly, may not have had individuals in their household that promoted education the way I had it. So then it made me start looking at my upbringing a little different, and I had to figure out how I was gonna approach these families and students that had different experiences than I had. Fast forward, I end up, going downtown the district, and at this point, I've realized all the disparities that exist across this city, it's a real thing, right? And again, coming from the neighborhood, it just became more infuriating for me. So I had the opportunity to work at Chicago Public Schools district office. I was the deputy chief of teaching and learning, brought there on the curriculum side, specifically for technology integration into the classroom, because they had taken notice of what I was able to do in my school. Eventually, went into family and community engagement, which I changed the name, but we're not going to get into that. And had an opportunity to provide services to families, right? Quite oftentimes in the K-12 space, I argue, we do a really good job of, hey, family, we'll help you because we need Johnny to do his homework, not necessarily a comprehensive approach, how I can get families to believe in education again for themselves, right? And so I was very lucky to have that opportunity. So there was a change in leadership here, unbeknownst to me. I'll be very honest with you, had no idea what was going on in city colleges. I was in my own rabbit hole. And Chancellor Salgado came into leadership and had an opportunity to build a leadership team. And somehow we crossed paths. It was one of the strangest things ever. But I had an opportunity to meet Chancellor Salgado to just talk about leadership. And he spoke about what he was looking for in these new president's roles. And he talked about specifically Truman College as a center of excellence in education. Now, in full transparency, I had no idea what a president did. I actually thought I was coming to evaluate instruction, which is absolutely hilarious now in my 7th year as president. But I will tell you that I'm still this kid from the West Side, and I had a chancellor that believed in me. And again, I didn't even know, right? I actually, in full transparency, I was like, I don't know, should I take this job? And then I started talking to my friends, and they're like, fool, that's a whole president job. I was like, what do you mean by that, right? Like, what does that mean, right? Now, but having conversations with the chancellor was really all about leadership, so I didn't even understand the gravity of the role. But what I did understand, that there were 2 elements that I got to address right away, right? Number 1 was access. Because as my parents were teachers and provided me access, quite oftentimes outside of our own neighborhood, because things didn't exist in Austin, other families, friends of mine, didn't have those opportunities, right? Those opportunities were not readily available. The other piece was to be able to lead as my authentic self. There's a lot of things that people know me around here. I'm a little nuts, right? But I have the opportunity to lead unapologetically as the authentic person I am, which I think is extremely important in these spaces and extremely important for our students to see. So without Chancellor Salgado, I would not be here, but I appreciate his faith in me because I didn't see it. I'm quite humbled to even be on stage with my peers, but that is how I arrived here at City Colleges. And as far as barriers go, it's just like the work never ends. You have an opportunity, you have leadership that believes in you to really make transformational change. And the weight of that responsibility never goes away.
Well, my story was like theirs. Okay. I'm probably the most unlikeliest of presidents of all the presidents that are here. So I was raised in a broken home. My mother, who was the greatest mother any person could ever have in the world, saw something in me and sacrificed to make sure that I got the best education. So literally, my mother would not buy shoes or dresses just to make a path for me to go to Emmanuel Lutheran, and then after Emmanuel Lutheran to go to Aurora Central Catholic, because she said they'll challenge you. And I knew there was something in me, but I just didn't know where it came from. And after talking to my mother, she had read the encyclopedia to me while I was in the womb and a bunch of other books. So I knew words and I didn't know where they were coming from. I was like, how do I know that? I mean, words were coming out and I had no idea, what the origin was. So, of course, you were supposed to go to college. But when I went to Aurora Central Catholic, I didn't want to go to Aurora Central Catholic. My friends were going to East Aurora High School. So, and my dad wasn't at home, and I was, gravely afraid of my dad. In fact, you know how kids do. I was skipping rocks and I popped my sister in the head. So my dad turned and looked at me, and it was almost as if all the water was flowing right out of me. And I froze. But my dad never got involved in my education. And if he had said, boy, get your butt in them books, I would have got my butt in the books. But because he didn't, my mom was like, I'm working, and I was like, I don't want to go to Aurora Central Catholic. So I came in a 4.0 in my sophomore year. By the end of my junior year, I had a 2.5. And realized that I didn't hurt anybody but myself. So the last year, I raised it up to a 3.0. And by the way, I got all my grades without ever taking a book home, ever. So I go down to Northern, and I go, because I messed up, I'm going on the Chance program. And on the first semester, I'm in academic probation. So I grew up in the church, and I really didn't know anything. And so my grandmother called and said, come on home, baby. So I did. And came home, and grandma, grandma take care of you now. And so anyway, I, decided to get married and start working. I worked for corrections, and I tried to go back to school, but I didn't have discipline, and I knew I didn't. So I go for a semester and say, oh, it's too tiring, and I go back to work, and then I got promoted, and then I went to another organization and started working, and everything was good, and I got promoted again, and finally I met this guy, and his name was, I can't think of his name, but anyway, he was a guy. And he said, Mr. Powell. Mr. Powell said, and Mr. Powell was a Jewish guy. I loved him. Mr. Powell, if he loved you, he loved you. If he hated you, he hated you. And so Mr. Powell said, Dave, I love you. Love you, Dave. Love you, Dave. He said, Dave, this is it. If you don't go anywhere else, you're not going anywhere else. And so I said, okay. And that's all I needed. I needed that kick. I needed that push to get me going. So I immediately enrolled in DePaul, and in 4 years I had my degree with a 3.82 GPA. And so I was director of security of one of the shopping centers, and they were like, well, you got your degree, you need to do something about that. So I said, okay. And so I went and started working for a company called General Growth Properties, and I was in charge of all of their properties worldwide and traveling all the time and what have you. And then 9/11 hit. And then it really hit the shopping center industry, and they let us all go. So I started working for myself, and my father had an electrical company, and I was doing that. And finally, I started having people owing me 6 figures. And I said, I got to get to work, and so there was a job. By this time, I had moved to Chicago and gotten married, and there was a job at Kennedy King College. And so I came over there as the director of auxiliary services. And they said, well, you did in 3 months what people do in 2 years. So they said, we want you to go down to district office. And I was like, I don't want to go down there. I said, y'all forgive me for saying this. Y'all don't get mad at me. I said, there's devils down there. I don't want to go down there. So So I had to, but they said, no, you going. That's where you going. So they made me a part of the reinvention crew, and and I kept asking, can I go back to Kenny King? And, because I like, I'm good over there, and they want me over there. And they were like, no, you stand right here. And so we worked with the reinvention, and we came up with 66 recommendations, and they were moving that stuff forward. And they were like, you need to be a team leader here. And so I was like, okay, I'll be a team leader, but I really want to go back to the college. And so my wife said, so let me understand this correctly. On one hand, you got a 5-figure increase, and on the other hand, they ain't giving you no offer whatsoever, but you want to go back there. So I said, well, will you say it like that, So I stayed there, and they asked me to do several different things, and ultimately they had me to run the entire budget for the entire organization, and then and I did it in 3 months, and so then they said, well, we want you to work for Jim Frankenbach. Jim Frankenbach at the time was the chief operating officer, and they said, we want you to build the new Malcolm X College, and I had done, $10 million renovations and different things in my career before, but this was going to be $250 million project. So took that over, and they felt like I was doing a great job. And about 3/4 of the way through, they said, we need to make a change at Malcolm X and need you to be the president of Malcolm X College. And let me put a disclaimer out there that I'm not trying to evangelize anybody, but I said to God, is this what you want for me? And when he said that, he said yes to me. I said, okay. And my goal always has just been to do a great job, to work to make sure that I was making a pathway for the students that had come through. When I went to DePaul, they had made promises to me that never came to fruition. So I knew that it was my job to make sure that every student, when they came in our doors, whatever promise we made to them, that we were going to make it good. And we were going to ensure that this was a place that everybody would want to come to, and they would believe that at the end of the day, they were going to achieve their objectives. And, the rest was history. Now, I started with a bachelor's degree. The faculty knew it, but they said, you've been so nice to us, we just let you keep on doing what you was doing. And I went back and got my master's, and I'm 4 chapters away from completing my doctorate. And, I feel blessed that I've had an opportunity to work with some great people. Had a opportunity to work with Kimberly Hollingsworth, who was our VP, and certainly I had an opportunity to work with President Katanya Webb Walker, who was our VP, and had a chance to work with Knucklehead here. And but it has been a wonderful, wonderful experience, and I'm truly blessed that I've had this. The barriers is that I had to change me. I was raised to be yes, ma'am, yes, sir, and all of that. And I had to break out of David, and a lot of things that had to change were very, very difficult. But I realized that I would never be where I needed to be until I found my voice. And when I found my voice, when I knew who I was and what I needed to do, that was when success followed. So, that's my story.
So I've got both good and bad news. The good news is we heard amazing stories, and I feel like I know more about all of you than I did before. The bad news is there's only time for one more question. So that's okay for me, because I didn't want to stop this, but that's why we only have 2 questions up here. I'm okay with that, though. So our final question, which is crazy, time is flying, is talk to me in any order that you like about what self-preservation looks like in this role. How you are finding time to center the needs of Black learners, but also sort of center your own needs as you think about the challenges that might come up in this role.
I think any leader has to realize that what's most important is that there is a work-life balance, and that somehow you find time to recharge your engines, that you take time to focus on you and what makes you happy and what is going to drive you to have the energy level to do this work. This work is long and exhausting, and it's 24/7, and it never stops. In fact, I really have never really had a vacation, because every single vacation that I've been on, we've had to address something relative to the college. But let me tell you, it's the most rewarding work that you could ever have when you see students and their light pops on, when you're able to open a door and make sure that a student has an opportunity to be the best person that they can be, when you're able to move barriers out of the way, there's nothing better. So, I'm probably the worst person to talk about preservation, because my staff would say I don't never sleep, and that's partially true. But I really believe that you have to just take the time to do the things that you love, and that's what helps you to be able to continue to drive the work that has to be done here.
I agree with my colleague, and I want to be clear on this. We all consider ourselves transformational leaders, and that never shuts down. It doesn't, right? So from my perspective, first and foremost, you have to be really in tune and understand that this is emotional work, and you have to be okay with that. When you suppress that, that's when it becomes problematic, right? So we have to own the fact that this is emotional work, and we have to try our best at all times to be able to take those emotions and own that we have them, but not let them permeate how we make decisions, right? As far as the work-life balance, I run around my campus. I'm just gonna be honest with you. When you get around these students, that is my source of energy. I'm gonna be very honest with you. So what my colleague said, it is the reason that we are all here. It's really easy to get inundated. President Scott talked about, like, this is a ground game. Like, you gotta be out here, right? And so those moments where you feel imbalanced, or those moments where you feel inundated, the best opportunity, the best thing I would say is to make sure you get with your students. And also have a collective hobby. I'm gonna say that. I picked up DJing, I'm gonna throw that out there. DJ Jock J, my album's coming. No, I'm just playing. I'm really not. But pick up a hobby. Enjoy being a learner yourself, right? Especially in like informal spaces, because so oftentimes, we take education so seriously, we forget about the learning part of it, right? And we're all learners at the end of the day. So pick up a new hobby. Do something you're not good at, because we oftentimes don't do that. We don't challenge ourselves, but we ask our students to challenge themselves. So take that opportunity.
So I firmly believe that the hallmark of a good leader is that they don't lie and say that they know the answer to a question when they really don't. I really haven't yet mastered the whole work-life balance thing. I don't know. I will say that I've gotten better. And so when I first stepped into the role, I had a terrible habit of waking up at 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning and jumping right into email and just trying to get a jump start on the day. And so I had to learn that that morning time needed to become sacred. And so I ended up using that time. That's my gym time. That's when I work out. That's when I have my coffee. And it's the only time of the day when nobody needs anything from me, because once 7 o'clock hits, my child wakes up, I get to campus, until I put my head on the pillow at night, somebody needs something or wants something. And so as a leader, one of the things that I've done, or that I'm really trying to do, is to recognize the fact that many of us don't have time to think during the day. We're so busy doing, we're in meetings, we're back-to-back meetings. And so those meetings, as the leader of an institution, you've got to think about visioning, you've got to think about strategy, and you don't have time to do that when you're on Zoom all day or you've got people around you all day. So one of the things I've tried to do with my team is to carve out working meetings. So this is a time where it's sacred. We're actually working on our reaffirmation of accreditation now, and we took a day, and I tried to have my team block off time on their calendar and said, okay, this is devoted writing time, because you'll never get it done other than taking it home or waking up early in the morning to do it, and that's taking time away from your families. Another thing that I tried to do to help to integrate the time was when I was at Malcolm X working on my dissertation, we set aside some dissertation writing circles, because a lot of administrators and faculty and staff were working on dissertations. And it's kind of tricky, because those of us who worked on dissertations while we're working, we're writing the dissertation about the work. And so what it was time for us to be able to think, to kind of talk to one another. We talked about what our topics were. We talked about strategies. We talked about how our work in school was going to impact our work with our students. And so it was like two birds, one stone. You know, we worked on some really strategic issues together while we got our dissertations written. And just finding more opportunities to carve out time for the people who report to us, who depend upon us, because it's hard for them to say no to a meeting, but it's easy for us to say no to a meeting for them. And so creating those sacred spaces and those conversations has been really important.
And so like my colleagues, I have not figured it out also. My team knows I rarely take off. I think I have 200 sick days accumulated. I don't even know how that's possible. But when I do take the time off, I think I come back more excited about this work. If I had to leave one thing with you, and we did a lot of reflection today, right? Is that I often think about the position of president. The position of president is a privilege. It's not an entitlement. And I take this role extremely seriously. And I value the work that I do. You know, I really try to create environments for our students where they feel valued, respected, empowered. I think that resonated when our students were up here and they said it feels like a family when they walk through our doors. So when I'm out the building, I actually miss my college. I actually find solace in walking in the doors of my college because it's like a family and it's actually like being at home. And I'm not saying that to say that you shouldn't take days off, you should always come to work, but I really do enjoy the work that I do. The impact that I'm making on our community really makes this work worthwhile, and I never get tired of it. And we talk a lot. I saw on Karen's slide about innovation and status quo. Like, you can't innovate when you're just focusing on being status quo. And one of our mantras outside of being student ready at our institution is that the status quo is not an option. We're constantly looking for opportunities to innovate and make improvements and make the lives of Black students and all of our students a much better place. And so I, too, similar to Dr. Welt Walker, really enjoy working out. We both have competed in bodybuilding competitions. I'm not saying that that's what presidents normally do, but it is, not those two. But it is an opportunity. It gives you an opportunity to focus on yourself, self-perseverance, grit, what we preach to our students, and it gives me an opportunity to really reflect on my holistic self and what I need to stay healthy, so that I can be healthy not only for myself, but also for our institution.
So even though we didn't get to all the questions, I feel like this is what the room needed. I feel like I'm so grateful that you all infused humor and humanity into a very difficult role. So let's give our panelists one more round of applause.
All right, thank you, presidents. All right, this has truly been an experience today. We don't take it lightly that everyone was able to come and commit themselves to acknowledge and address a lot of the issues that our Black learners face. We will now have an Executive Vice Chancellor of Student Experience, Dr. Arthi Depilia, come and deliver our closing remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Good afternoon, everyone. So it's been a very full day. You might be a little tired at the end of the day, but I know you're also incredibly inspired, as am I. So I'm going to try that again one more time. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much, and thank you for being the last one standing. I'm so glad the room is still pretty full at the end of the day. That means it has been a very good day. So I see you and appreciate you for hanging tight to the end. So this has been a great day and so perfectly capped off by hearing from our very wise leaders. So thank you again to our college leaders for sharing your wisdom. Again, my name is Arthi Dupelia, and I serve as Executive Vice Chancellor and Chief Student Experience Officer at City Colleges. I work in our district office supporting all 7 of our colleges. And so my team's job is to partner with colleges to drive growth and equity in student enrollment and outcomes, and to ensure an exceptional student experience from the time a student first enrolls with us throughout their entire experience and through their next step to whether it is a transfer destination or a career destination after graduation. So what that means is today has been incredibly special to me because there's been so much opportunity to learn how to get better at this work. And obviously, as you see from this very full and engaged room, so much opportunity to be in community with others who are committed to trying to get better at this work. So I now have the honor and perhaps very big challenge of trying to expeditiously close us out after a very, very full day and trying to close out our Black Learner Excellence Summit. And I do recognize I have a whole day of tough acts to follow, so bear with me as I try to do this. So I want to do 3 things. One is I want to take a few minutes to thank everybody who's been a part of bringing today to life. Second, I'm going to tell you just a few highlights of what I've taken away from today and will take with me. And third, I want to share with you what I hope to see after today and what I invite all of you to do as a next step. So first, I want to say thank you to President Sanders, where are you at, and the entire Malcolm X College team for being gracious hosts in this beautiful conference space. Next, of course, thank you to all the speakers today for sharing your thoughts with us, our partners, our leaders, and especially our students. Right? It does take a village to do this work, and we need all of your voices to ensure that our efforts are pointed in the right direction. I want to say thank you to all our co-sponsors, the UChicago Inclusive Economy Lab, the Joyce Foundation, and the ECMC Foundation, who really invested with us in today because they knew what a positive impact today could bring. I want to say thank you to our partners who co-organized and co-hosted this event with us today. So again, UChicago Inclusive Economy Lab, as well as HCM Strategists, Equity Avengers, Achieving the Dream, and of course, LevelUp under the leadership of Dr. Keith Curry, who initially teamed up with Chancellor Salgado to establish the vision for today. So thank you. Thank you to our representatives from the mayor's office who've been here today. Thank you for your support today and every day in this challenging work. Thank you also to our guests and critical partners from the Rainbow Push Coalition, Chicago Housing Authority, and the NAACP. We appreciate your collaboration. I must also say an extra special thanks to our working committee, or as we've called it, our excellence committee, as well as our steering committee under the leadership of Kiera Bowens and Daryl Williams, our co-MCs for today. Please stand if you were involved in planning today. Please stand for a minute. Come on, everyone's being shy. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, being humble, of course. And then, of course, finally, thank you to all of you in this room for being here today. I know you all are a very, very busy group of people, and so you've obviously taken time out of your day demonstrating your commitment to the work of supporting Black learner excellence in higher education. This convening is only effective and impactful if folks across our communities are coming together to drive progress, and you've demonstrated commitment to that collaboration, so thank you. So the next thing that I want to do is lift up just 3 highlights that I took away from today. I was taking notes throughout today, and I saw many of you also were as well, so I'm sure you also have many takeaways as well. I want to share a few reflections that are things I'm also committed to doing going forward to supporting Black learner excellence in higher education. I hope these reflections are helpful for you. And I would also encourage each and every one of you today, before you leave, jot down at least one commitment. Maybe there are multiple commitments, but at least one thing you are committed to doing to advance this work after today, right? So for me, the first thing I would say is I take away that there are proof points of what works. We don't have all the answers, but we do know it's not a matter of just talking the talk. It's also about walking the walk and doing the difficult work, right? So we learned from Dr. Curry about an entire playbook of strategies to level up. One thing I took away from the conversation today is this headline that budgets are statements of values, right? Budgets are statements of values. So I'm committed, as I plan budgets every year, to ask myself the question of, have we thought about how we are prioritizing Black learner excellence? It's critical to pause and ensure we can answer that question, right? We should all be doing that. The next reflection I have from today is an obvious one that we keep coming back to. We always say it, but the truth is I think sometimes we just say it, but we actually forget to stop and do it and listen, right? And that is so critical, that we are honoring student voices and experiences as we set priorities. Not just one day listening and then we move on. Let's really, really continue listening as we set our priorities. And one thing we heard from our students today is the importance of cultivating relationships, right? And building a culture of care in our schools and our communities. Our students spoke about how people believed in them, helped them succeed by caring for them along the way, making them feel welcome. We heard family several times, right? So as we think about what is an exceptional student experience in our colleges, I want to ensure it's not just about checking the boxes of I turned in this class assignment or I did this advising appointment, right? It's about ensuring we're building that caring campus culture where students feel that faculty and staff have their backs, right? Which gives them the confidence to succeed, right? And so I'm committed to that approach, as I hope and really know all of you are, right? And the last thing I would reflect on is that, from a leadership perspective, is simply the importance of continued learning while we take action, right? So Sankofa in your programs is the final symbol that you'll see, and it means go back and get it. And it's a symbol of the wisdom of learning from the past to build for the future. So that brings me to my final point, which is what I hope happens at the end of today and after today. I do hope this convening is just one step in continued sharing and continued action among the people here and, frankly, the people beyond this room whom we all work with, right? I do hope you've made some connections today that you draw on going forward to continue the conversation, because that continued dialogue is critical. And one additional channel we'd like to facilitate out of City Colleges is some kind of recurring dialogue to periodically lift up practices and learnings across colleges, right? And beyond the walls of City Colleges. We don't honestly know exactly what that looks like yet. We want to figure that out and co-create it with those who are interested, right? So we have included at the back of your programs, on that second to last page on the inside back cover, at the end, a QR code where you can do two things. And by the way, if the QR code doesn't work for you today because bad Wi-Fi in here or whatever, we will send out an email afterwards with the info as well. But there are two things you can do with this QR code once you click on it. One is you can simply provide your quick feedback on your experience today with the summit. And second is submit your name and email as an option if you would like to show your interest in being a part of this professional learning community that I just mentioned. So on behalf of everyone at City Colleges, at minimum, we appreciate if you can share your feedback on the day, and even better if we invite you to be a part of this professional learning community if you'd like, so that we can continue on this journey together. So with that said, I want to thank you again for joining us today. I wish you a great rest of your day and week. And for those of you who are participating in graduation festivities in the coming days and weeks, congratulations. And I wish you joyous festivities as well. And with that, this concludes our summit today. Thank you so much.